Hello, everyone, and happy Clues Day. Welcome to the Tuesday stream. I hope you all had a great weekend. For anybody who doesn't already know who I am, hello, I'm Estini. I'm a variety streamer, artist, voice actress. I do TTRPG stuff sometimes too. Hello, 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 hello. We are going to be supporting the Austin Area Urban League this week. Let me tell you a little bit about the charity and why we're supporting it. So, Emporium Twitch, our Twitch team, we were talking about doing a charity fundraiser basically at the end of February, early March, to just kind of like do just a team charity event. And then really unprecedented cold weather hit Texas. And a little bit about Texas and why it's important. Or at least why they need help. They're really far south in the US. They don't have any weatherproofing. They're not prepared for this cold weather. And because of that, there are a lot of people who are in desperate situations right now. And especially we're focusing on people who are struggling with housing insecurity, because obviously those people are going to be hit the hardest. So we're raising money for Austin Area Urban League. They are helping people in need, specifically, I think, with housing insecurity by offering shelter, food, clothing, water, that sort of thing. If you want to know more about the charity, you can either go to our Tiltify page by typing !charity in the chat, or go to aaul.org. All right, with that out of the way, hi everybody. Hello, how y'all doing? Hope you all are having a good day. Thank you, HD, for dropping that charity link. Hello, Derek. Hello, Saint Guard. Hello, Disintegration. It's Jelly with a new name. Hello, it's Jelly. Hello, Divine. Scrolling. Hello, Sunrose. Where the electricity and heating system's failing, it's going to take a long time to fix it. Yeah, unfortunately. So the Texan power grid is, I think, almost entirely, if not entirely, privatized. And so they basically were able to ignore federal regulations to weatherproof it, because they were like, we're Texas. It doesn't get below 50. We're fine. And now it's like literally freezing. Like to the point where it's getting to 12 degrees Fahrenheit at night, or minus 11 Celsius if you're on the metric system. It's cold. And a lot of stuff just isn't functioning because of that. Okay, Saint Guard, have a good lunch and a good lurk. When the cold weather first came there in Chaos Ensued, I was laughing. Now I'm not laughing anymore. I wasn't ever laughing, just because it makes sense for people who live that far south to not be prepared for this kind of weather. And I feel bad for the people who are suffering based on people trying to cut costs for themselves. I don't know. Hi, Platt. Welcome. Anyway, today we're going to be playing more Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trials and Tribulations. We left off by accusing someone who we don't think maybe committed the murder, so now the question is who did, and it might have been an assassination. What? So, let's get into that. Oh, also, Platt, I don't know how often you're on Discord. I sent you a message and set up a commission channel there. If you're not on Discord too often, feel free to send me an email, estany.business@gmail.com, and we can start talking about your thing. However you want to handle that is fine. A thing? Yeah, I don't know what the thing is or how public Platt wants to be about it, so we're just gonna call it a thing. Hey, Outro! We're just getting started. Hopefully you're having a good day so far. I'm so excited to play more of this game. Hopefully everyone's staying safe and warm. I'm doing fine. Fortunately, we do have power where I live. And it actually got above freezing yesterday, so I was able to shovel some of the steps. So we were told that we had to solve this trial in one day, and it didn't happen. I've completely forgotten where we left off. Oh, we just found the bug in the eye of the bear. I just had a doctor appointment and a gift I ordered Birdie from Japan a bit ago. Got here today, and her reaction was amazing. Awesome. Have a good lurk, Platt. It's past 9 p.m. already, isn't it? I wonder if Mr. Edgeworth has already found Mystic Maya. These things take time. I'd say probably not. You completed the room too? Jelly, I'm so happy you're playing these games. I'm glad that I got you bitten by the room bug. They're so good, aren't they? It's an original Mothra Tamagotchi. That's amazing, Outro. Love them, TBH. I'm not surprised, because we both really enjoyed We Were Here, and the room games kind of have that sort of vibe a little bit. You want our race, Jill? I didn't even download it yet. Did I get you playing it too, Derek? The police are professionals, Pearls. They'll find her, so don't you worry. And if we can win a not guilty verdict tomorrow, then everything will be okay. You're right. Aww, Pearls! She's so sad. Started on the room 3 too. Wow, it's really getting late, isn't it, Mr. Nick? Yeah, it's past 9 p.m. already. But we still have some things to prepare for tomorrow's trial. There's still the matter of this secret Mr. Kurita held about Mr. Engard. And Miss Andrews' real intentions. These are two things I must know tonight. But aren't visiting hours over at the detention center? I'm sure we'll think of something, Pearls. Don't you worry. Hey, wait! What is it, Whippersnapper? All I know is nothing that has anything to do with you is ever good. Like just now, I was handed this strange device for who knows what reason. And I was told to use it to search the whole hotel. That's the bug sweeper, isn't it? The one Gumshoe made? I don't know, and frankly, I don't care. But the request came from Edgy Poo, so... Edgeworth. And he said, if you feel angry, direct your anger on that unsophisticated lawyer. So I'm gonna feel free to direct all my anger towards you. Ugh, gee, thanks a bundle, Edgeworth. What a pal you are. This is absolutely top secret, so you had better keep it to yourselves. I heard they found a spy camera hidden in one of the presents. Very interesting. I'm sure it was, you know. It was to catch poor Juan in the middle of a scandalous meeting.
Scandalous? What's that?
It means, well, you know, that gossip's been going around about my dear Juan. Oh, you mean that thing about Miss Andrews? But I'm sure she must have had a reason for getting close to Mr. Kurita. I'll let you in on another secret, young'un. I know who planted that spy camera. It was that obnoxious puffy-head photographer girl. The nerve of some people. Spying on people by herself, as if I wouldn't want to see it for myself, too. Wow, the alien actually admitted her true intentions for a change. I don't know what you're thinking exactly, but I bet it's nothing good. But I didn't say anything. So you want know about Juan and that manager, right? Actually, as I hear it, they were something of a refreshing pair, those two. Oh? I tell you, Juan really welcomed that manager with open arms, I heard.
That manager? Who are you talking about?
You don't know? That manager woman Juan had. It's a shame she killed herself, though. Oh, you're talking about Miss Celeste Impacts. Miss Andrews' mentor, right? Yeah, that's the one. That Celeste girl, she was supposed to get married, you know. Married? You mean to Mr. Kurita? Really? You young kids today don't know anything, does ya? That girl Celeste killed herself 3 days after the marriage announcement. 3 days after their marriage announcement? What the?
Why would Miss Impacts want to kill herself? She was gonna get married.
Well, that's because she was thrown away, you see, by Juan. What?
But they were gonna get married, right? They promised each other, right?
Oh, they held a grand announcement session, but 3 days later, Juan suddenly canceled the marriage. Is that true? It was in the weekly magazines.
But why? Why did he do that?
That was not in the magazines, unfortunately. I see. That night after Juan called off the wedding, that manager, Celeste, killed herself. How terrible.
I wonder what happened between those two.
I have no idea. Do I have anything worth presenting to Old Bag? I don't think so. I would love for Edgy-Poo to be Phoenix's nickname for him. On that night, there must have been at least a few hundred people here. I guess the police are done with their questioning and investigating. It looks like things here in the lobby have finally calmed down. I don't see anything suspicious here, though. I guess we can go back to Guard Mansion. It looks like no one's around.
What happened to that person with the stuffed teddy face?
Hey, Captain Keys. Hey, Ice Bunny. Oh, she must mean that butler with the stitches in his face.
Shoo!
Aw, Cat. Thanks, Captain Keys. How you doing?
Oh, there you are. I guess you're still awake, huh, Shoo? Come on, let's play.
I wonder if that butler, Mr. Doe, is already asleep or not. I feel like there's nothing new to examine here either, though. Like, we don't have any reason to suspect the Myers behind this door. I'm doing alright. Oh, I don't know if I answered HD. My head's doing okay. Hanging in there anyway.
It feels sort of tense in here, doesn't it, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, it does. I wonder if something happened? You're Mr. Unguard's lawyer, right? Yes, sir? Well, we finally found just the person we've been looking for. A real decisive witness. A decisive witness? You mean for the Unguard case? We're taking the witness's statement right now. Gotta hand it to Mr. Edgeworth. What happened to you, okay? I just get headaches a lot. And I'm getting one today. I commented on it in Discord. It's not a big deal. I'm very tired lately, blaming the cold weather. I'm not too bad. I think it might just be a bit of dehydration, so I'm gonna try to drink a lot. Y'all can help remind us all to drink using channel points. Very cold and dry running the humidifier again. I hope it helps. What's Edgeworth up to now?
Who is this witness?
I think you know this person quite well, Mr. Lawyer.
Mr. Nick?
Between the kidnapper's demand and now this, I can't see any way to win here. The charity only accepts credit card? Oh no! Does it? Oh, that's a shame. Hold on. I don't know if there's any way to change that. Detail. I didn't see any way to change what sort of things we accept. Manage? No. Aw, that's a shame. Well, I appreciate the thought, HC. That must be a Tiltify thing. I use funny things so much for the hydration reminder. A lot of charity streams I see have the thing. Yeah, I think it's a Tiltify thing. Let me do a quick Google. Apparently there is a PayPal option. Hold on. At least that's what Tiltify said on Twitter. Hold on. I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna click on it and see what I can find out. So if I do this, donation method, credit card. Weird. Yeah, that's really weird. Tiltify saying that it accepts PayPal, but there's like no option. Yeah, and this just takes me to that same page. Well, again, I appreciate the thought. It's a Tiltify with region discrepancy thing, so since my PayPal's not registered to the US or wherever the thing's at doesn't work. That's weird, but the thing is, like, I went to my own donation page, and it says, like, you can only donate via credit card. Which I think is weird. gonna go to someone else's and see if it's the same there. Yep, weird. Well, then... Again, I appreciate the thought. Yeah, it's not even a region thing, it's just only via credit card. Which does hamstring some people who don't have one. Anyway, HD, I really appreciate the thought. Feel free to retweet the tweets and tweet out the charity links and stuff and support that way. Earlier I had a button for PayPal, but then it always returns some issue PayPal page. Maybe they just removed it altogether then. Between the kidnapper's demand and now this, I can't see any way to win here. Hygrometer says it's not even close to 40, so it's pretty dry right now. What did I miss from Sunrose? It affects your throat, your skin, your sinuses, so it's possible it can cause headaches. I get a lot of headaches just in general. I think I'm just dehydrated today. We'll spam the chat. Sounds good.
Oh yeah, Mr. Edgeworth wanted me to tell you something.
He did?
Even though visiting hours are long over at the detention center, he wanted me to grant you special permission, so there you go.
What?
I've already called them, so they know. Go on, go talk to your heart's content.
Thank you very much.
This is such good news, Mr. Nick.
Go talk to your heart's content. Sounds like the police are pretty sure they have tomorrow's trial in the bag. New chief isn't Irish? I don't know. We haven't seen him yet, so I'm just giving him a generic man voice. I'm sure they must have transferred Miss Andrews here by now. So that means that both Mr. Ungard and Miss Andrews are in this detention center. Now then, whose story do I want to hear?
Dude, it's Mr. Wright! Hope you can get me off the hook tomorrow. I'm counting on you.
I hope so too. Edgeworth just dropped a bombshell on me by saying that Juan Carita was killed by an assassin, and that the assassin's client is this man, Matt Ungard. Hey, Kelsey!
What's wrong?
Mr. Ungard, there's something I must know with 100% certainty.
Huh? You seem kind of different. You're totally not like your usual lawyer's dude self.
Your dude self? About the press conference.
You mean the one where Juan was gonna dress up as the Nickel Samurai?
Yeah. I heard a little more about it from Miss Andrews. It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. Which definitely has to be linked to the suicide. Could you please fill me in on what this secret is? Please.
Nope.
Oh dang, that's so many Psyche locks. I knew this was coming.
Mr. Nick, don't tell me.
Psyche locks.
You said secret, right? But like, I don't have any idea what it is. Do you, dude?
Did you know about Mr. Carita and Miss Andrews' relationship?
Well, it's like all over the tabloids, dude. But like, I don't know any of the details if like, that's what you mean. Look, how many times do I have to tell you? I don't care what Juan did with his life.
Miss Andrews, she had a purpose in mind when she started seeing Mr. Carita. Her mentor was Mr. Carita's manager, and Miss Andrews was going to get Ms. Celeste Impact's suicide note from him.
Celeste?
Does that jog any memories?
Dude, I suddenly got totally hungry. You up for a pizza? My treat.
Mr. Nick? What's a pizza? Is it a kind of pea like green peas?
Let's go eat one later, okay?
I got cut off by the pizza dude at the shop.
That's too bad.
Well, how about we get our minds off this topic and talk about something else, okay?
Mr. Engard, are you connected to Miss Impact's suicide in some way?
Yes, Phoenix.
All right. We're gonna save it. And we're gonna take that hymn. And hopefully figure this out. Now, let's hear what the secret of yours is. What if Mr. Kurita had been successful in his plan? What would he have disclosed?
I told you before, dude.
It's so many psyche locks.
I don't know. I don't know anything about one, okay?
Look, Mr. Wright, I can keep on saying it till I'm blue in the face, but I totally didn't pay one any attention, like, the whole time that night. I mean, come on, I was in the middle of a nap, so whatevs. Don't lie to me.
Huh?
I know you paid close attention to Mr. Kurita, especially on that night. What? I guess now it's time for you to give up. I think it's time. I don't know he paid attention. I don't have anything that says that he did. I don't think I have enough evidence yet. I should investigate and gather more clues. Alright. So if I do this, I can, yeah, now I can talk to Adrian. Oh, it's you. I'm sorry to be visiting at such a late hour. There are a few questions I absolutely have to ask you tonight. Me? I thought your client was Matt? I'm sure Miss Andrews knows something. She can't be clueless about the secret Mr. Kurita had on Mr. Engard. I'd like to ask you about Matt Engard, if you don't mind. Mr. Wright, you still don't know, do you? A real him, I mean. You seem to bear a lot of resentment towards Mr. Engard. If that's the case, then why did you become his manager? And why would you become intimate with his rival? That has nothing to do with this case. Nothing. About Ms. Celeste Impacts. I had finally put her death behind me. And now, thanks to you, it's all come back to the surface. I'm sorry. Yes, I was shocked by her suicide. And it's true that when I heard the rumor that Juan was the one who had hidden her suicide note, I began to draw close to him. I wanted to get her suicide note back and to burn it. You wanted to burn it? But why? I didn't want it to spread like just another piece of gossip. But I never held any murderous intent toward Juan. I would never do something so stupid. Suicide note, huh? I wonder what it said. Why did you try to frame Mr. Engard? That's simple, because he's the killer, that's why. Isn't it the duty of every good citizen to inform the police?
But there had to be another way.
The police are excellent at doing their job, so they'd figure it out, right? Can't even say that with a straight face. Yeah, they're so good that they couldn't figure out the real truth behind Celeste's death.
Miss Andrews.
Well, I know you're not the type of person to do something without a reason, so please tell me why you did what you did. Revenge.
Huh? Did you say something just now?
Ooh, only one lock, huh? Don't you understand yet? You're not my lawyer. To be honest, you're more like my enemy.
But
I'm sure I just heard Miss Andrews say revenge. Alright, let's save it here. Maybe get some evidence from this. Whoops, that's no. Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. Ungard for the murder? I've already told you countless times. It's because I thought Matt was the killer. No, that's not it. I know you have a personal reason to dislike Mr. Ungard. Miss Andrews, you may think I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. You said revenge. So you're saying I was taking my revenge out on Matt and that's why? Oh, what an absurd idea. I don't have anything I want to take revenge for. Miss Andrews, a woman who lives by being dependent on other people. There is something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge.
Take that!
Celeste. There's only one catalyst that could cause such strong feelings and even revenge. And that's Ms. Impax's suicide. What are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. Oh, Celeste was Juan's manager. Who said that? I don't know. On top of that, the one who hid her suicide note was also Juan. What does all this have to do with Matt? You're right. You haven't mentioned him yet. But for you to hate Mr. Ungard.
Take that. Listen, yeah.
Derek, thank you so much for the 300 bits. I appreciate that. I will take that. It would mean that he must have had some relation to Ms. Impax and her suicide. Can you explain to me the relation between Celeste and Matt? Nope. I cannot. As I have no evidence about... I think they were the ones gonna get married, maybe? Yes, you can. I mean, not with this evidence. Nope. I don't think I have evidence. Alright. I don't know what I'm supposed to be looking for then. Oops, I don't want to examine this place. Maybe let's go back to his place and we'll look at everything again and maybe we'll find some sort of thing that was like, oh, he was in love with her or something. I don't know. Doorway. Cat flap. Weird masks. Yeah, it would be... I would be super worried it would fall on me. Motorcycle. Comfortable couch. Fireplace. Okay, there's nothing else here. I've investigated everything. So it's not here. Held up by fishing line? It certainly looks that way. I guess we're just gonna have to examine everything until something happens. No press conference. We got the cameras. Where's Maya? Maya? She's kidnapped. She's been kidnapped for 3 weeks now. Homicidal. Okay, I'm back. Thanks for inviting her along. Beautiful chandelier. Tables of food. Don't you touch that food without permission. I brought a lunchbox today just so I could pack it.
But hasn't the food been out for 2 days already?
When it's in your stomach, it's all the same. Wow, the digestive powers of an alien are wondrous. Alright, do we have anything to talk to her about? No. Can we present her anything? Don't care about your measurements. I don't think anything else matters. So we got the bears. Flowers. The room. It is interesting that Karita got so many more flowers than Engard got. And we can only go into his hotel room. I'm so confused by what they want me to learn here.
So the Nickel Samurai's costume was in here?
Yeah. Karita's more famous? No, technically, Engard's more famous. That's why it's weird. Engard is way more successful than Karita. They're rivals, but Engard's been beating him in everything. But I guess Karita is either more well-liked? No, that's not true either, because Engard was supposed to be beating him in popularity as well.
I can't believe Mr. Karita went so far. Just to say bad things about Mr. Engard.
Well, it was a press conference, so we had to go in costume.
But weren't Mr. Engard and Mr. Karita friends?
They weren't friends. They couldn't be friends because they were rivals.
So, a rival is someone who is a strong enemy?
Pearls is really fired up over this. I don't have an answer for her. Consolation flowers for losing so often and being so unpopular. Bottles of cosmetics are scattered all over the floor. This is probably where Mr. Karita fought his assailant.
These glass shards.
They're probably from the glass vase Miss Andrews knocked over. It's a beautiful wine glass and there's tomato juice in it.
Ew, tomato juice. I don't really like it much.
Bottle of it on the table over there. That's probably where this came from. And then she's excited about beds. bottle of tomato juice. Suitcase. Oops, I didn't mean to click on it again. Chips.
Oh, it's so messy in here.
Reels really likes things neat and tidy, I take it. Alrighty. Anyway. Got a bunch of bears. Maybe we do have evidence already. And I just haven't put the dots together. Or maybe I need to, like, present more to the clients. Oh, you know what? I have an idea. Oops. Oh, we could talk to Pearls. May as well. Pearls, what do you think about the real killer? So, the real person who killed Mr. Kurita was...
That assassin, Mr. Shelley the Killer, right?
And the card Miss Andrews found at the crime scene seems to be proof of that. But if that's the case, then a new question comes to mind. Who was the one that hired your killer to begin with? Who's his client?
You mean, who asked for the murder?
That person didn't want to dirty their own hands in blood. Whoever this client is, they're still a killer.
Who could have hired the assassin? You think it was Miss Andrews?
I wonder. But if she was the client, then why go through the effort to stab the knife into the corpse herself?
But if Miss Andrews wasn't the client, then no, it can't be.
Matt Engard himself? Was it Matt?
If Mr. Engard really did hire the assassin, then he's not innocent at all.
Oh, yeah, no, far from it. He would be guilty of the crime.
But it can't be Mr. Engard, right? I mean, when we first talked with him...
Mr. Engard, I'd like to ask you one more question. Did you kill Mr. Juan Kurita?
Alright, just so we're clear, dude. I didn't kill anyone, and that includes Juan Kurita, okay?
This guy. I didn't see any psyche locks at that time. Actually, that reminds me.
Did you remember something, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, something Miss Andrews said at the trial today. Trial? She said something interesting.
So what is this interesting thing?
Oh, that's right. You didn't hear it, did you, Pearls? Juan had bet everything on the Jammin' Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyway. It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed.
Mr. Engard's secret?
Water.
What is the secret?
I don't know yet. But for now, let's think about it this way. Mr. Kurita was going to reveal this secret. That means Mr. Engard had plenty of motive to have Mr. Kurita silenced. Which means, we have to meet with Mr. Engard. There's no way around it. Alright, well, that doesn't really give me anything new. That's fine. However, we can start showing pictures to people. Alright. We need to know more about that lady. Is it possible your client's actually guilty this time? It's possible. That would be a first. Oh, what? Oh, Mr. Wright, please, you have to help me. Uh-oh. Oh, it's Mr. Powers!
What happened? Why are you here?
You see, I got roped into this somehow.
What?
And now I'm gonna testify in tomorrow's trial.
Oh, so the decisive witness was Mr. Powers?
I was talking with a detective up until a little while ago, and I was on my way home. When all of a sudden, you're under arrest, and I was brought back here. Oh, gosh.
Oh.
He said my face and whole self in general looked suspicious or something.
Huh. Well, I guess I can see how they thought you looked suspicious. I can't.
I'm just a normal guy on an exercise show for kids. Is that a crime?
Give me info. So about this testimony you're giving, what are you gonna talk about?
I really don't know yet. But it sounds like I saw something pretty important from what they tell me.
You saw something important? What was it?
Oh, well, the detective told me not to talk about it. You can't tell anyone, and especially not that lawyer, he said.
What do you think that lawyer that the detective was talking about is?
I'm gonna take a wild guess and say it's me.
Yeah, you got it.
Mr. Nick, Mystic Maya and myself are your only two allies in this whole world. But it's alright.
Ouch. I don't really have a lot of friends, do I?
This is gonna do a lot of damage to Matt, you know. Because he's got that refreshing like a spring breeze image going.
But what is he really like?
Well, let's see. Matt's always been kind of a player with women.
Oh no. Yeah, that's what happened.
He would never really turn a pretty face away, if you know what I mean. He'd always say it's just a game to justify himself.
What? How horrible. That's unforgivable.
Oh, sorry, didn't mean to offend you. But you know, he said once that there's only one person in the world who won't swoon over me.
One person who wouldn't swoon over him?
His manager, you know, Miss Adrian Andrews.
He just cracked the case, maybe? We just need a piece of evidence. It doesn't matter what people say, I just need evidence. Why is Mr. Powers suddenly looking kind of energetic?
You see, I'm actually a sucker for gossip. I mean, celebrities in their world have this dazzling sort of image, right?
A dazzling sort of image, but aren't you part of that dazzle, Mr. Powers?
No, I'm more of a hairy, sweaty, smelly, brutish kind of guy, you see. But it's okay, really. I get to hear plenty of gossip about how the other stars around me as things happen.
Well, it's true.
Oh, hey, so did you hear about this yet? About Miss Andrews' mentor and her suicide?
You mean Ms. Impacts?
We heard something about how the wedding was called off.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I thought about it a little on that day, about that mysterious death. Hey, Mr. Wright, why don't you ask me about that? Go on, go ahead.
Mr. Powers is so charged up, his skin is practically glowing with electricity.
Hey, so have you heard this? Celeste left a suicide note. And they say that Juan went and hid it.
We heard about that in court today. I think we need to find her suicide note, honestly. But there wasn't any actual proof that she had left a note.
Well, this is what I think. I think that something bad was written on that note. Something bad for Juan, that is.
Something bad for Mr. Kurita?
Why do you figure so?
Well, before she died, Celeste talked with a few of her friends, and she said, "It looks like I got caught up with a truly insidious man."
They're talking about, I'm sure they're talking about Matt, though. A truly insidious man. Did she mean Mr. Kurita by that?
Well, there's no one else that fits the bill, right? And that would be reason enough for him to hide the suicide note.
I see. Well, that's some good info. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Ungard and Miss Andrews, they're both at the detention center right now. There's still things I don't understand or know about, I'm sure. I have to get the two of them to tell me everything.
Mr. Nick, your phone.
Hey, that's the Steel Samurai theme song, isn't it?
I don't like the sound of this ringtone right now. It sounds kind of ominous.
Yeah, I know.
Hello?
We're in trouble now, pal. Well, I'll be back in the office real soon.
What's wrong?
Something really unexpected just happened. Mr. Edgeworth,
Edgeworth?
Anyway, hurry up and get back to the office, pal. I don't know what's going on anymore. It's no good. The end.
Hello? He got cut off.
What's going on, Mr. Nick?
Gumshoe said we need to go back to the office right away.
Then we should hurry back.
I'm scared to go back.
What are you talking about? Mr. Nick, pull yourself together.
Maybe it'll be good news.
Somehow I doubt that. Alright, so we're gonna go back.
What took you so long, pal? Mr. Edgeworth couldn't stick around forever and had to go.
Well, what happened? I literally just got here.
We got him. We know who bought that spy camera.
This quickly?
And this bear's what gave him away, pal.
The bear?
I figured it out, pal. I figured that we should have been looking into the bear instead of the camera.
But wasn't it Mr. Edgeworth?
Shh, Pearls. And go on.
There's only one person who bought one of them bears who's related to this crime.
Who is it? It would be so rude as to spy another person in their room.
Matt and God.
Huh?
There we go! Proof that they're related!
Matt and God. Your client, that's who, pal.
And here I thought things couldn't get any worse. Oh no, Gumshoe figured it out. It must be wrong. Oh no. Are you sure you heard right? That the person who bought this bear was...
I heard it from the department store clerk, pal. This is the credit card receipt for the purchase. It's for $3,800, pal. That's the exact match of the price of that stuffed bear.
A receipt? That's all you have?
Nah, it's not just the receipt, pal. The store clerk said so himself. He told me, I'm sure I sold the bear to Matt and God. I mean, the clerk even got Mr. and God's autograph out of it, pal. So I'm sure the person that bought the stuffed bear was Mr. and God himself.
My sight is failing me. This can't be. So what about the spy camera we found?
Ah, that was a dead end, pal. I mean, you can get this kind of thing from anywhere. But for now, I guess I can give these back to you to file away into evidence. I know you don't want to give up, pal.
I didn't think it was possible. However, if the spy camera was running at the time of the murder, and Matt didn't hire anyone to kill him, then his video footage should show who actually did kill him. So maybe this is a good thing. The person who put the spy camera in Juan Carita's room was Matt and Guard.
Why would Mr. Ungard do something like this?
I bet it was to catch Ms. Andrews and Mr. Carita in one of them secret rendezvous.
I bet is not good enough for me. I have to know the absolute truth behind this camera.
Are you gonna see him? Mr. Ungard, I mean.
Maybe the video footage is auto-deleted every 2 hours or some nonsense. It could be. Yes. Ooh, you know what? Let's do a prediction. So, this will be, is or did Matt Ungard hire an assassin? And we'll go yepperoni or no way, dude. And we'll have this go for like the next 10 minutes. Enjoy.
I'm scared, Mr. Nick. I wonder what we'll find out next.
I'm scared myself, but I have to put on a good face for Pearls. Matt Ungard, what in the world have you done? Actually, next 10 minutes might be too long, but as soon as we find out, I'm gonna call the prediction, so get them in now. Alright, let's head back to the detention center.
You're working really late, you know. It's already past 10 p.m., dude.
I think it's time you told me the truth.
Relax. Don't you know that ignorance is bliss? Well, if you really want to know, let's talk.
Alright, let's save it. Also, I feel so bad for Pearls. We're keeping her up so late. It's gotta be past her bedtime, like, by a couple hours by now. Okay. So he's like, I don't pay attention to one at all. I know you paid close attention to Mr. Kurita, especially on that night. Because... of this. I think? Oh no. He doesn't care.
Hold on a sec. I'm gonna consult my friend, okay? He said I should snort while I give a good laugh.
Alright, so... let's see, what's this? Transmitter. I guess let's do the bear? There we go. This bear was in Mr. Kurita's room on the night of the murder. A bear that was supposed to be a present from a fan.
So, it's a present, dude. It actually looks kind of classy if you, like, know what I mean.
Yes, I hear it's quite expensive. Which is why it's very odd that this gadget was found inside this bear. This is a very small video camera. And it was hidden inside this bear's eye.
Maybe it's a really curious bear?
Well, whatever this bear saw was sent somewhere using this transmitter. Which means someone on the night of the murder was secretly filming Mr. Kurita's room.
Huh. I guess Juan had a few of those kind of fans too, huh, dude?
Actually, I wouldn't say this bear was a present from a fan.
Huh, you sure, dude? Who else could it be from?
The person who gave this bear to Mr. Kurita was... you! Mr. Ungard, don't you know this bear from somewhere?
I don't think I've ever met a Mr. Bear before, dude.
Ah, but he says he knows you. How could you forget such a great friend?
What else did the bear tell you?
He says that the one who put the camera in his eye was you, Mr. Ungard.
If I didn't know how you work in court, I would think I was in serious trouble.
Hey, Corey!
Come on, this is all a joke, right, dude? You're just, like, pulling my leg?
Looks like you're not ready to give up your secret yet.
Well, do you have any proof you want to show me first?
Here's proof that it was you who put the camera inside the bear. Oh, oh no! Well, let's do the receipt. I have here one credit card receipt, Mr. Agard. It's from when you bought that stuffed bear.
Dude, all you can tell from this is that I spent $3,800, you know? I go to the department store all the time, okay? This $3,800, it could be from the toothbrush I bought that one time.
A $3,800 toothbrush?
It's ivory. It's got an elephant hair for bristles, so like...
Ew, elephant hair. Is that what rich people use nowadays? Anyway, the store clerk clearly remembers you and your purchase. After all, you even gave him an autograph, did you not?
Dude, you should have said that earlier. So can I, like, ask you one thing?
Arrested for using an ivory toothbrush at the very least? No kidding, right? Like, poor elephants. Yes?
You're my lawyer, right, dude? So, if you are, then why are you looking into stuff like that?
Because if I don't know the truth, I can't help you.
Sounds more like a, stupid lawyer talk to me. Hey, let's just stop talking about this, okay?
No, not yet. I haven't asked why you set the camera up yet. And what your secret is. Of course, it would be strictly confidential.
So, what are you gonna do now?
I'm gonna find out what I want to know. Because I must. The reason you hid this camera in Mr. Kurita's room and filmed it in secret is, I assume, this.
Adrian Andrews?
There's a rumor going around that Miss Andrews and Mr. Kurita were having secret meetings. You, who's keeping tabs on Mr. Kurita, you were going to reveal this as fact and turn it into a scandal. Isn't that right?
Dude, you could be such a moron.
Huh?
Oh man, Mr. Lawyer dude, that kind of scandal, that's the good stuff. That's what we in the industry call juicy.
The good stuff?
Juicy? Look, we can get publicity without spending a penny with this kind of stuff. I mean, if people stop paying attention to us, then that would be the end, dude.
Too bad it wasn't your intention.
What are you talking about?
I wish your reason for spying was something so innocent, but it wasn't. You didn't spy on Mr. Kurita because of Miss Andrews. And there's only one reason I can think of for you to do such a thing. The real reason you set up the camera. Shit. So we have two options. It's either he thinks that he knew the secret, or it has to do with Celeste. Badge? I don't think it's that. Show him the tomato juice now. Nope, it's not this.
If I really wanted to set up a spy camera, I would have set it up in Juan's room. It would be in your office, dude.
Huh? My office?
Well, dude, you're always saying really absurd things, right? It'd be like getting to the Comedy Channel for free.
Alright, shoot. Nope. Well, I'm just gonna keep trying things. I feel like I'm close, I just don't know what it wants me to put for that, so I guess... Nope. Mr. Nick, if you push yourself any more, your soul will shatter. Please calm down, collect your thoughts, and try again. Made too many mistakes. Okay, at least it's not game over when we make mistakes. I thought it was. Okay, so we need to start with the bear. The bear. Found the camera in the bear. And you are the person who gave him the bear. Hey, Jave Man. And here is the receipt for the bear. The reason you hid it in this room and filmed it in secret. So I guessed this, and he's like, that's the juicy stuff. So what I guess would be the negative stuff, then. The real reason you set up that camera in Mr. Kurita's room was... Okay, so let's go through our evidence. Oh, what if it was to capture, like, the murder? Oh, now we're at a point where we can't get any wrong. Interesting. I'd have to reload. I don't know which one it wants me to put, but what if it's to capture the murder? Nope. Alright. I'm gonna reload so I have more HP. But yeah, like, it was running for the hour of the murder, which means he knew that he was gonna capture something during that time, right? I guess it's possible that we're not supposed to do this yet and get more evidence, but we don't have anything that links him to Celeste at the moment. And we need that to take to Adrian, and I think we can only get that from him by uncovering his secret. Okay. So that's the good stuff. So I have two thoughts. One, we could put the card in there because he knew he was going to get murdered. We could do the autopsy report because of the time of death. I've tried the transmitter. I could also do the camera again because it was running for 1 hour specifically during the time of the murder. I think I might try the camera. Nope. Alright, we'll try a couple of things. I feel like I'm on the right track, I just don't know what thing to present for it. There we go, there we go!
What is this card?
Maybe he doesn't know about this card. This is a certain man's calling card. The man's name is Shelley the Killer. And I'm sure you know of him, don't you?
Shelley the Killer? That's ridiculous. Why would I know some shady scumbag like him?
If you really don't know him, then why are you acting so jumpy all of a sudden? Yeah, I get real excited when the music stops. This is it. I'm finally starting to get to the truth. I can't afford to make any more mistakes now. I mean, I can afford to make one. Mr. Madangard, I know why you know Mr. the Killer. It's because you're his client. Since you're the one who set up that camera, that means you knew. You knew exactly what was going to happen in that room. So how? How would you know something like that? It's because you're his client. That's why. You hired Shelley the Killer to assassinate Mr. Juan Carita. The real mastermind behind this whole murder is you, Madangard.
And here I was, trying to be a good boy for you, dude. I thought if you didn't know, you'd be able to do your job without feeling bad. Well, that's what I thought anyway.
Mr. Engard, you really did hire?
Hold on a sec. I'm gonna consult myself, okay?
Consult myself?
Well, I guess it's probably about time anyway.
About time for what?
I think it's time for you to meet him now, Mr. Lawyer Dude.
We did it!
How do you do, Mr. Lawyer? I'm Madangard. What the heck? What the heck?
The heck? Who are you?
Well done, Mr. Wright. I bet it wasn't easy to gather as much information as you have. You really...
So you are Shelley the Killer's client? Where'd you get the cognac from? Good question.
You didn't really think I would dirty my own hands in this, did you?
What do you mean?
And that woman, Adrian, was quite brave herself. Trying to stick the crime on me, I didn't think she had it in her. But all I care about is Juan dead. Isn't that right, Mr. Lawyer?
That's... You're lying! What a terrible...
It's way past your bedtime, little girl. Go on and let us grown-ups talk about more adult things.
Why? Why did you hide the video camera and...
A weakling soon believes the words of others, just like that pathetic Adrian.
You knew about Miss Andrews' secret?
But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins.
What?
Oh, come on now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. They turn their clients into cash cows by holding the sinful deed over their heads. And a superstar like me, how much do you think I'm worth? Care to guess?
And that's why...
Yes, that is where the video comes in. It's got his face and the crime scene recorded on it, preserved for all time. With that, I can keep him at bay, even blackmail him if I want. That's right, that video is my insurance. Isn't that what they call it, Mr. Wright?
Why would you do something so wrong?
His Evil Valley Surfer Bro voice is amazing. I'm glad you like it.
Because I'm a grown-up, and I can. Good enough of an answer for you, little girl.
Why would you kill Mr. Carita?
Because he was about to sling so much dung onto my beautiful public image. Scandals are a little annoying, aren't they?
This is all because of that press conference, isn't it?
If Mr. Carita had been able to give it, that Mr. Engard's secret would have been.
Well, that's what we call taking advantage of the situation, you know?
Shazam! Hello and welcome! We just learned that he's terrible! Oh no! This is our first time defending someone who actually did something bad.
I had no interest in doing it really, but bit by bit it crept up on me. And then the situation just presented itself perfectly. How beautiful, I thought.
And that's how Mr. Kurita ended up dead.
Oh, we should give you a shout out. Shout out Shazam. Everyone go follow Shazam, new Emporium friend. Please give him a follow.
Let me tell you something. I'm not like Adrian. I don't depend on anyone. People are simply things to be used and thrown away. Put on a sweet, innocent face and people will swallow anything you feed them. Adrian fell for it, the assassin too. Oh, and how can I forget? Even you fell for it, Mr. Lawyer. Everyone, all working their butts off for me. Matt and Guard. Aw, did that leave you speechless? What a shame. What's wrong, Mr. Lawyer? You've grown awfully quiet.
How could I have been so deceived by you all this time? When we first met, I asked if you had killed Juan Kurita, and you answered very clearly that you hadn't killed anyone.
Hey now! I never told you any lies. The person who did the killing was that D killer guy, right?
Sorry if I'm back and forth. My partner isn't feeling well. Oh no, I hope that they feel better soon. I'm doing okay. Thank you for asking. And we're raising money for charity with the rest of Emporium. I'm going to type charity in the chat again since I bring it up. Unfortunately, they only take credit card, but still, if you are able to and would like to, there's the donation link there in chat.
All I'm guilty of is taking a catnip in my room.
You killed Mr. Kurita.
I dare you to say that in court tomorrow. But too bad, you can't. You're my lawyer after all, aren't you? You can always drop my case and refuse to represent me. How does that sound? But you can't, can you? That would be the one thing you absolutely can't do.
Mystic Maya?
You wouldn't want a testy killer. He's a man of his word, or so I hear. You could end up getting a certain friend of yours rubbed out if you lose.
You scoundrel.
So if I were you, Mr. Wright Esquire, I think I would give it my all tomorrow. Remember, everyone likes a happy win-win resolution.
I'll get you for this.
That's such a cliche phrase. Juan said something just like that, if memory serves. Of course. Well, we all know how things turned out for him, don't we? Good night, Mr. Lawyer.
Maya, what am I supposed to do? And now you finally found it. Oh, the starting line of this case. He does that. Thanks for the hydration reminder. He super is. So, we can choose an outcome, and the answer is yepperoni. Matt hired an assassin. Congratulations to the 6 of you who voted yes. Yes, I know. I'm gonna do Valentine's for the rest of the month, Dezo, but thanks for letting me know. Edgeworth.
I don't care for the horrid atmosphere here. Let's return to the precinct. Well, Wright, what are you going to do? If you plan on changing your strategy...
No! We can't do that.
That's right, he's holding Maya hostage. What should I do? That's not something I can answer for you.
Mr. Edgeworth!
Right, only you can decide where to go from here. 1 year ago, at that time, I truly didn't understand what a prosecutor was. And that's why I had to leave the prosecutor's office. I felt that I couldn't stand in a court of law until I knew what a prosecutor really was. And now, Wright, it's your turn. My turn? What is this thing called a lawyer? What can you do as one? What is a defense attorney? You must find the answer, and you must find it on your own. I mean, to be fair, even murderers are entitled to a robust defense. I'm a lawyer, but to fight for someone who is clearly a killer. Man on guard, that man is really, It doesn't matter who. Every person deserves a proper defense and a fair trial. Isn't that the basis of our judicial system? Proper defense. But what exactly is that? Is it where a lawyer forcibly and blindly gets an acquittal through shouting and trickery? Ironic that you, of all people, should say such a thing. Isn't that exactly how you have fought for your clients up until now? Well, that may be true, but that's because I believe my clients to be innocent from the bottom of my heart. But if I were to get en garde and acquittal, that isn't a proper defense at all. I became a lawyer because I thought I could save people who were suffering and in pain. But when I look at this mess we're in, I can't even protect the person closest to me. You're not wrong, HD. Don't think Nick is capable of trickery. I agree with you, Corey. Why not become a doctor if you wanted help with the suffering? Because it was specifically the social suffering. Like, this all stems from Phoenix, little baby Phoenix. He's like 8 years old at school, and he got accused of stealing lunch money, and then Edgeworth and Larry were like, he didn't do it! He deserves a proper defense! You can't just assume he's guilty! Because everyone says he is. And he's like, okay, I'm gonna be a lawyer! And now he's a lawyer. Is that really the backstory? Yes. It really is. Hairy butts. Even if I win the case, I still lose in the end. I just don't know what to do. Right. Would you get a hold of yourself? You have it all wrong. Huh? We aren't some sort of heroes. We're only human, you and I. You want to save someone? That's something easier said than done, wouldn't you say?
That's...
You are a defense attorney. You can't run away from that. You can only fight. That's all you can do. People like you and Franziska von Karma are always using all you have to pin me down. You fight to the very end, even when you know the truth is not with you. But I'm not like you. I can't fight for a false verdict, for a man I clearly know to be guilty. Franziska, She fights for herself. The only thing she fights for is her perfect win record, that's all.
And? Isn't that the same as you? Isn't that why you ran away a year ago? Because your precious win record was destroyed? You're so petty.
I see. Now I understand why you despise me so. However, you are mistaken.
What do you...
Thanks to you, when you sealed off my path to a perfect win record, I began to realize the error of my ways. I realized that things such as a perfect record were meaningless.
Gotta update your goal. Oh, dang! Thank you so much! Lost! Thank you, standing for Texas Senator. Thank you so much for the $100 donation. Let's update that goal. Let me figure out how the heck to do that. Details? Yeah, let's bump it to 200. Thank you so much, Lost. I wish that there was also like alerts. Maybe that's something I can set up with Streamlabs. I'll figure that out off stream. Also, Shazam, I don't know how much you've worked with Tiltify. Do you know if there's any way for people to do PayPal donations? Because someone was asking earlier, and this is my first time using it. Hey, Lost, how you doing? What? I don't believe you. Are you saying that's why you left the prosecutor's office? But then, why? Why are you here now?
The answer to that is something you will find out on your own. I have faith you will see it before the verdict is read tomorrow. But if you can't, then you will be powerless to change the ending of this story.
Mr. Nick, the transceiver.
When I used Tiltify, I thought it was just an available payment option. When I'm using it, the only thing it's accepting is credit card, and I'm not sure what I can do to allow it to accept PayPal. I'm so confused. Can look into it. I mean, if you know, or if anyone finds out, I would appreciate knowing. But I appreciate all the support. Because yeah, I don't know if it's like some setting that I personally need to change, or if it's just like something that they no longer allow. I don't know. I just would like for people to have more ways to donate to charity.
I'm sorry for what happened earlier. Now then, Mr. Attorney, do you wager you can obtain an acquittal tomorrow? My. What is the matter, Mr. Attorney?
I don't remember off the top of my head, but I'm booting up my computer. Oh, that's so kind of you. Thank you for looking into it. I really appreciate that.
I don't sense your usual anger this time. Tell me, please, why are you holding Maya hostage for Mr. Engard's sake?
Why are you doing this for that cold-blooded killer?
Right. Please don't misunderstand things. He is my client.
Don't toy with me. A man who hires an assassin is just as much of a killer himself.
I believe you're asking me for a reason as to why I'm doing what I am.
Yeah?
This is what I like to call my aftercare.
What the heck is aftercare?
My name carries a certain amount of honor and dignity, Mr. Attorney. I take great care to ensure that no suspicion falls upon my clients for my handiwork.
That is what is called client relations, and it is part of an assassin's duty. An assassin's duty? We were unlucky this time, and my client was arrested as a suspect. As a result, I did what I had to do to enlist your expert help, Mr. Attorney, and to ensure that you would do everything in your power to the very end.
What is your name?
I believe I told you once before, however. You did, but my name is the Killer. Shelley the Killer.
You're Shelley the Killer!
Please keep in mind you do not have much space to maneuver with me. As a Killer, I always finish what I set out to do. If you fail to keep up your end of the bargain,
Maya!
it would be my duty as an assassin to see it she receives a nice long nap.
No!
Now then, if you'll excuse me, if someone were to trace this signal back to me, it would be quite troublesome.
Obviously he's there, but now we know we heard the cat.
Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
Welcome back, Sock. I don't know what to say.
Edgeworth. Did you hear that at the end of the transmission?
Huh? Oh, that. It sounded like a cat.
A cat?
It can't be. That cat. Can it?
What is it?
I think I know where Shelley the Killer is holding Mystic Maya hostage. Edgeworth, have all the police units head for Engard Mansion immediately. All right. You hurry over there as well. Don't lose hope yet, Pearls. The fight has only just begun.
Yeah.
Let's go! Look, there's a bear! It's gonna be a bomb or something! Maya!
Please answer us. Mystic Maya!
We have this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape. Assuming he's still in the area.
I can't believe it. That butler. All this time, he was the killer!
He and God were working together all this time. I'm sure they had worked out a contingency plan ahead of time.
It's a figurine of a bear. But there are lots of cuts in it for some reason.
A wooden bear-shaped figurine is covered in many thin cuts.
Bear? Isn't that more of a thing for Mr. Kurita? How would something like this be here? Right, look down. There's a little pet door installed here.
Oh, I'm sure that's for Shu.
You think that this came through that little door? Ugh, this door, it's locked. Well, I'm pretty used to breaking doors by now. Let's go, Edgeworth! There's no one here!
From the looks of this room, I would say this is God's private lounge.
Look at this, Wright. An antenna for sending and receiving radio signals and a VCR. Check inside the deck. If there's a tape, it would be an important piece of evidence. If we're lucky, it'll have the moment the crime was committed recorded on it.
I'm sorry, but the tape deck is empty. There's no tape to be found.
No.
But there's no mistake that someone used this to record something. It looks like someone took the tape we're looking for and escaped with it.
Hey, silent assassin! How sturdy are these doors? They're no match for the dream team of Phoenix, Wright, and Edgeworth.
We see an antenna. The footage that the spy camera took from the scene of the crime was beamed here and recorded on tape.
If only we had that tape, it would have been really helpful.
A huge television and speakers loom largely here. I'm sure if Maya saw this, she'd say,
I would die a happy samurai fan if I could see the Nickel Samurai on a TV like this.
oh. I'm assuming they're fairly sturdy because it's like a rich person's house. Also, I've never bashed in a door, but I've never had to. Yeah, that's what she'd say. Ah, I can't believe I just made a joke about Maya, all things considered. It's in Guard's computer. Maya, why couldn't you use this to get help?
Mr. Nick.
Hey, Mr. Uppercase T. We have the dangerous assassin surrounded. Send in the lawyers!
Where's the power switch?
Oh, I get it. So that's what happened. She couldn't find the power switch. It's a very small table. Bet we could barely squeeze 3 pearls on there.
But I wouldn't sit on a table to begin with, Mr. Nick.
Lawyers know best they are immune to murder since they know best it's illegal. What a spacious sofa. I bet 10 pearls would fit on here.
I don't think 10 of me would fit, Mr. Nick.
I can't read all the labels, but this is a very large collection of videotapes. Looks like Engard taped all of his own shows.
There's a little door for a shoe in this big door.
I'm sure Maya used this door to shove this out there. I'm sure it was her. Every time you give me some piece of evidence, it's always the most crucial piece. This time too, I'm sure. Alright, well there's nothing else to look at here. So let's look at the court record. What the heck is this bear? No idea. Alright, well I guess we move? Oh, to the wine cellar. There's a picture of Celeste! We got him. At least we can go talk to Adrian. We searched all over, but it looks like he got away. I'm sorry. It looks like he slipped out of our grasp this time. And now, we've lost our only lead. Don't give up yet. That little girl is looking to you to be her pillar. Yeah, you're right. We're close, I can tell. We've already set up checkpoints along every route leading out of the district. Leave the rest to us. Maya. This looks like a picture of Ms. Impax. With love, Celeste.
Miss Impax? You mean...
Yes, Mr. Corito's former manager.
Why would a picture of Miss Impax be here in Mr. Engard's mansion?
And why does it say with love? Huh. This might be a clue.
Oh!
What's wrong, Pearls?
Please let me see that picture frame.
Oh, what's so special about the frame?
On the back. There's something written on the back of the frame. Maya. It's Mystic Maya. She left us a message.
What?
I thought you'd come. I knew you would. Now listen up. You better get Engard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag not guilty, I will never forgive you, ever! I'm fine, so you don't need to worry. There's so much I want to write, but I don't think I have a lot of time left. Pearly, you're there too, right? Make sure you help Nick, okay? Someone's gonna watch out for that helpless lunk. That's it for now, Nick. I guess I'll talk to you guys later.
Is Engard our client? Yep.
I know! Mystic Maya!
Right. What's wrong? Why the blank stare? Oh, nothing? We've searched the house, and this is the last room. It looks like he eluded us. Edgeworth. Yes.
As far as clues go, I think this is about all I'm gonna get. But I'm still short one last thing. And what is that? Miss Andrews' psyche lock. If I could just find out what secret she's holding, then I think I stand a chance in court tomorrow to blow this case wide open and expose the truth. I think I know what you're thinking. I'll contact the detention center. Thanks, Edgeworth. Well, let's go, Pearls. It's time to open that last lock. And she's just sobbing. Completely sobbing. Good evening, Mr. Wright. What's wrong? You look ill. Miss Andrews. I have come to remove your psyche lock. Psyche lock? What the heck? I want to know, and you will tell me, your secret. Fine, go ahead. Try to break me if you can.
Take that!
Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. Engard for the murder? I've already told you countless times. It's because I thought Matt was the killer. You like her design? I think she has a cute design. No, that's not it. I know you have a personal reason to dislike Mr. Engard. Miss Andrews, you may think I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. You said revenge. So you're saying I was taking my revenge out on Matt, and that's why? What an absurd idea. I don't have anything I want to take revenge for. Miss Andrews, a woman who lives by being dependent on other people. There's something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge, and we know it is Celeste. Can I look like her if you want to?
Take that!
Celeste? There's only one catalyst that could cause such a strong feeling and even revenge. And that's Ms. Impact's suicide. What are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. On top of that, the one who hid her suicide note was also Juan. What does all of this have to do with Matt? You're right. You haven't mentioned him yet. But for you to hate Mr. Engard, it would mean that he must have had some relation to Miss Impacts and her suicide. Can you explain to me this relation between Celeste and Matt? I can now. They were seeing each other. This is a photo of Miss Impacts, correct? She looks younger than when she passed away, though. With love, Celeste. This is Miss Impacts' handwriting, isn't it? Oh, where did you find this? Oh, no, that's all right. It was a rhetorical question. Yeah, it is. I found this at Mr. Engard's mansion. And after all this time, my last remaining secret has been revealed. Celeste. She was supposed to get married to Juan. Yes, but I heard that it didn't work out.
Because Mr. Karina didn't want to get married to her anymore, right?
Yes. Because of Matt.
Because of Mr. Engard? What do you mean?
I think I can see where this is going. Celeste. She was Matt's manager, like, a long time ago. She was the happiest woman in the world at that time. I was working part-time back then, and I often saw the two of them together. So that's why. With love, Celeste is written on the frame of that picture.
They were a couple, weren't they?
I wasn't anything as splendid as that. Celeste was being used. Toyed with until she was thrown away.
That's so horrible.
Matt's entire image is built around how nice and wonderful of a man he is. A scandal would have destroyed that. Which is why Celeste, in her kindness, moved over to Worldwide Studios. And that is where she met Juan. And she seemed really happy with him, even happier than when she was with Matt. Celeste and Juan were such a good match that they were even planning to get married. And then it was suddenly called off. On the night Juan called their marriage off, Celeste, she killed herself. And that's why I framed Matt, as revenge for Celeste and for myself. I'm sure even you can guess why Juan called off the wedding, right? Matt confessed to Juan about his relationship with Celeste. I see, so that's what happened.
But then why did Mr. Karina have to call off the wedding? I don't understand at all.
It was probably because of his worthless male pride. Juan and Matt were always fierce rivals. Matt waited for the wedding announcement and then unleashed the truth on Juan. He was aiming for when it would hurt Juan the most.
Poor Miss Impax.
That wasn't the end of it. That day, I'm almost certain that Celeste left a suicide note behind. And in that note, she left a detailed account of Matt's various misdeeds and so that she would never again be hurt by Matt, she chose to die. Then, when Juan discovered the body, he hid her note.
But why would he do that?
She did deserve so much better. It's simple. Juan realized that note was a powerful weapon against Matt. And it would be especially damaging to his refreshing like a spring breeze image. In any case... Hey Mikey, there's a ton of drama! With his pride hurt, Juan sought revenge. Revenge. There's that word again. Juan wanted to publicly disclose the contents of that suicide note. At a time that would cause Matt the most damage, of course. And that was at the press conference after the stage show. I know all about it because I heard it all from Juan. It was so I could find out about this that I drew close to Juan to begin with. Trying to figure it out, but I've been stumped by Tiltify. See it as an option on other donations, but I don't see how to add options without having an active fundraiser going on. Super weird! I was looking at other people's pages on Tiltify, like under the Emporium thing. And it looks like it's only... I only see credit card options. So I don't get it. But thank you so much for looking into it. I really appreciate that. And of course, if anybody else knows how to get other payment options with Tiltify, please let me know. Otherwise, we'll just work with what we got. They're quite a pair of hideous monsters, aren't they? Even Celeste's death was something for them to use in their game. That night, when I found Juan's body, it was only natural that I thought the murderer was Matt. Those two were always spying on one another after all. As for me, I was frantically searching for Celeste's suicide note. I wanted to destroy it before it ever went public. I was gonna burn it. I had even brought a lighter. But... just open a fundraiser I know uses Tiltify and PayPal as an option. Is it an option through Tiltify or is it just through their fundraising page? Because they might just have other options outside of that. I'm not sure. This is my first time using Tiltify, so I don't know how it all works. And you know what? After the stream, because you're going to be doing this all week, I can ask as a question in the Emporium Discord. So I'll reach out to people who have used Tiltify a whole bunch before and just ask them and be like, hey, is there a way to have other payment options? And if so, how I do. And I'm sure they will help me out. So no worries. We're going to be doing this tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday. So y'all will have time if we can get it figured out by then. But I couldn't find the suicide note, and that's when revenge crossed my mind. Love you guys, by the way. We love you too, Sock. Yes, I was gonna bring them to my own kind of cruel revenge. Celeste was killed by those two monsters. So when I stabbed Juan's body with that knife, I didn't feel a single shred of guilt. And that's all I have to say. Well, Mr. Wright, even knowing all this, are you still gonna help that man? I'm a lawyer. I see. What a foul profession. Thank you very much for your time and for talking with me. It was no big deal. I couldn't sleep anyway. I can't sleep either. Not with Maya's situation or with what I know now. It's so interesting that they give you a case where your client is clearly a bad person. I didn't think that these games were going to do that. Wait! This is making me think of that guy! How did I get into this? That's far enough! You can't run forever! Mr. Phoenix Wright! What have I done wrong? I cannot allow you to go on like this! But I'm just a simple defense attorney! Silence! You are no longer worthy of your title! I'm just mixing up voices because it's a weird dream. And there I was fantasizing about a guilty defendant 90 minutes ago, and here we are. I've had this dream somewhere before, as if this day was written into my destiny. We did have this dream at the start of this game. Today I'll stand in court as a lawyer to prove a killer innocent. Oh. We had this dream when, we were defending that police officer in the very first case. And, because, we heard this music and that was some guy's phone going off. I think. And so that kind of helped trigger the dream. Hello, this is Phoenix Wright. You don't look so well, dude. He's here, but he's calling us. Oh, you're gonna prove me not guilty today, right? If you please, Mr. Lawyer. Remember, it's not just me. Your precious friend's life is riding on today's verdict, too. Now listen up. You better get on guard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag of not guilty, I'll never forgive you, ever! Maya. Phoenix! Oh, Mia? Maya, how's Maya? I don't know. Don't know? She hasn't tried to channel me since yesterday. Mia, what am I supposed to do? Well, like I said, For a lawyer, the worst of times are when you have to force your biggest smiles.
Alright, Mikey, thanks for hanging out. Have a good rest of the day at work. Mia, help us.
But you can't give up. There's still some hope left. Stop it, please. There's nothing left. Not here, not anywhere. Ah, it's that accursed guard again. Will you leave me alone? Look, don't call me anymore. I mean it.
You're really mean, pal.
Ah, Gumshoe, I'm sorry. Where are you?
Let me join the investigation team and we're chasing after Tequila, pal.
Then you have some sort of lead?
Sorry, right now we got 0 leads on the guy. But we're not gonna give up.
Gumshoe.
Until the trial's over, until the verdict is handed down, we're gonna do everything we can to find a killer. If we can get Maya out, then you can get in God the guilty verdict he deserves, pal.
That's true. I could do that if they found Maya first.
You got that? So you have to do whatever you can to make the trial last longer.
To make the trial last longer.
If you go at Mr. Edgeworth with everything you got, then you two can definitely draw it out.
Oh, now I get it.
I believe in you, pal. You and Mr. Edgeworth can do it.
We're being kind of a real crappy defense lawyer, though. I mean, the thing is, even though Ungard admitted it to us, he's still entitled to a defense.
So, believe in us. We're gonna give it all we got. Just like you.
Got it. Thanks, Gumshoe. Draw it out. What does he mean? Make the trial last longer. He means fake like we're defending our client, even though we're secretly hoping he gets found guilty. Why couldn't his name just be Denice Guy? So I think they covered this in the last episode, or at least the last time we played. D-Killer is an inherited title, or an inherited name. There have been multiple Shannon D-Killers over the years, and so when someone takes up the assassination job, like, and inherits it, they become D-Killer. Are we the villains so illegal? I mean, it's Japanica. Who's to say what's illegal here? Hey, Phoenix. You understand now, don't you? You have something money will never be able to buy. Friendship. It's the strongest weapon in the world, and you have it in abundance. Yeah. Looks like we're coming to the end. I have to make the trial last as long as I can. Gumshoe will come through, I know it.
Court is now in session for the trial of Matt Engard.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor.
Now, as I recall, we concluded yesterday's session with a big mystery on our hands. The mystery being, what exactly was Miss Adrian Andrews' role in this murder? That is to say, is she really connected to the crime itself? Mr. Edgeworth, if you would please inform the court of today's proceedings.
Adrian Andrews. She forged evidence that threw suspicion onto Mr. Engard, and then proceeded to escape the crime scene by wearing a nickel samurai costume. The guilt of these actions are those from which she cannot escape.
Then you're saying that she is guilty after all?
I'm not finished, Your Honor. Miss Andrews has nothing to do with committing the actual murder. I would like to direct the court's attention to this card.
What is that? It looks like a shell.
This is the calling card of a certain assassin. You're not wrong, HD.
Assassin, you say?
Yes, Juan Corrido was killed by a professional assassin. And the person who hired the assassin, his client, so to speak, is Matangard.
What a surprising turn of events!
I would like to think it's become commonplace by now, Your Honor. I know what's going on this time. So I know that everything Edgeworth has to say is true. But we still have to hold out as long as we can. At least until Maya's safe and sound. I wonder how the trial will turn out today. It's gonna be so weird getting a guilty verdict at the end.
Now then, please call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth.
The prosecution calls the defendant's mentor, Mr. Will Powers, to the stand. Oh, he really doesn't want to be there. Now then, witness, your name and occupation, please.
Okay. I'm Will Powers. I'm a poor, underpaid action star.
And what is your relation to the defendant?
Well, that's, I guess I'm sort of a lousy mentor to him in a way, yeah. Mr. Powers, please, if you don't, you don't need to put yourself down so much. Oh, sorry, but, well, I'm just kind of a nothing sort of guy.
On the night of the murder, you visited the defendant's room. Is this correct?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
But, you know, I didn't actually get to see Matt when I went.
All you need to do is answer what you are asked. Now then, I would like for you to please testify about when you went into Matt and Gar's room.
Okay, sure.
Okay, let's do this.
After the awards ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. He was talking with someone. At first, I thought he was the bellboy. I watched the two of them for a while, and then I gave up and went back. I guess with me that night, I couldn't make him wait for me. Nothing sounds out of place in Mr. Powers' testimony.
And talking with the bellboy's no big deal. If one assumes that the person Mr. Ungard was speaking with was an ordinary bellboy.
What are you implying?
Well, Mr. Wright, let's have your cross-examination, shall we? Looks like we're in another sticky situation. Huh? A trap. Can't you smell it, Phoenix? But for us to find out more, we're just going to have to charge in head first, right? Press everything! The defendant's room. Why did you go there?
Well, I'm his mentor, like a big brother sort of, and I wanted to say congratulations, so, you know. Oh. What's wrong? Why did you stop? Mr. Wright!
What is it?
You're gonna try and trick me into a corner, aren't you?
Huh?
I know I'm just a poor underpaid action star, but I'm not the killer!
No one said you were, Mr. Powers.
No, please, don't trick me! Every time you do your lawyer thing, the witness suddenly turns into the bad guy!
Oh, man, I love how this game is poking fun at itself in this trial. Every time. Witness. I will personally talk to the defense at a later time. So for now, please kindly cooperate and continue with your testimony.
Sorry. So, you went to the defendant's room and then?
Is that man actually a lion? Kind of. Hey, wait a minute. When and how did I suddenly get turned into the bad guy here? Are you sure that was Matt Engard?
Yeah, I'm sure. He wasn't wearing the nickel samurai mask then.
If that's the case, then he really can't be mistaken. And What was the defendant doing standing in front of his room? At first? What do you mean by that?
Well, he was in a bellboyish uniform and had a bottle of juice on a tray.
Sounds like an ordinary bellboy to me.
Yeah, but I didn't think he was a normal bellboy.
And why was that?
Why did I think that, Mr. Wright?
How am I supposed to know?
Sorry, but I can't remember right now, sorry.
I guess I'm gonna have to wait patiently on this one. You saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant together, correct?
Yeah, the bellboy just wanted to say congrats.
Now, while you were watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange?
You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip.
A tip? But that's a perfectly normal thing to do.
So how long did you watch the two of them? You know, not more than a minute or two, I think.
So who are these guests you're talking about?
You guys, of course, you and Maya and Little Pearl. I thought it'd be really rude since I invited you guys if I disappeared on you. So I went back to my seat pretty soon after seeing Matt in the hallway.
This is like squeezing water from a stone. It's probably pointless to press further. Do you remember this incident? Did Mr. Powers leave his seat that night? I don't remember that happening at all. Maya was making such a racket in her hyper state, I ended up focusing on her. I see. In any case, from his story, he probably wasn't gone for very long. Wait, is there supposed to be a contradiction in here? Hold on. What? I don't know. What does it want me to do? This seems legit. I thought I would just press him on everything. We get no more information. They move on to the next thing. What does it want me to do? This is weird. Maybe the account of the bellboy, but like, I don't have any proof that it's not a bellboy, and he doesn't remember why, and I don't have anything to. I don't understand. All right, let's hold on. So. Oh, I don't think we have a profile of the bellboy, do we? Oh, we do. Oh. I didn't realize we had his profile. But I don't understand, because we don't have any proof that they're related, so presenting that I feel is, like, out of place. Yeah, the music didn't stop. That's definitely wrong. It's not a contradiction. Okay, so let's read through his testimony. After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room, which we do not remember. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. Even though he's supposed to be taking a nap. Oh! Let's see. He shouldn't have given a tip though, because the juice was found. The juice wasn't found in his room, it was found in Kurita's room. Nope. He was talking with someone. At first I thought it was the bellboy. Watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back because I had guests with me. So I feel like the important statements here, either Matt standing in front of his room when he was supposed to be taking a nap, talking with the person who's definitely not a bellboy, then watched the two of them for a while and then gave up and went back. We've pushed on everything. And we haven't gotten any, like, new information. So let's look at our evidence. I don't think the profiles matter. So we've got this weird wooden bear. I have a feeling that there's like a security tape hidden in it or something. Celeste's photo, credit card receipt, stuffed bear, transmitter, spy camera, picture card, hallway murder photo, knife, no longer relevant, autopsy report, suicide and attempted suicide, button, crime photo, juice glass, guitar, guide map, post-ceremony show. I don't understand what the contradiction's supposed to be. He doesn't remember why... Oh, we had to do this in the right order, apparently. Did feel something weird. It's because of Matt. Will he give the bellboy a tip? Could it be that you felt something strange about the tip-giving incident?
Ah, yeah, that's it. You really know your job.
It is Samurai Guy. Hey, drummer boy.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor.
This bellboy, he wasn't an ordinary one, was he?
Perhaps we should let the witness tell us.
Very well. Mr. Powers, please amend your testimony. You mean about the bellboy, right?
Matt gave the bellboy a tip. So he gave the bellboy a tip. What's so strange about that? It's totally not Hugh Jackman? I mean, it can't be, though. Because this guy is supposed to be ugly and scary. Welcome back, Saint Guard. What's so strange about that?
Well, you see, Matt's not a poor penny pincher like me. I was trying to figure out how much it was, because the tip really shocked me.
How much it was? No, I'm saying that Mr. Powers is supposed to be scary and unattractive, but Hugh Jackman is not.
But that's when something even more surprising happened. The bellboy was putting the tip he got into his pocket, and that's when I got my first good look at the guy's face. I was really shocked. I'm afraid I don't follow at all.
Sounds like Mr. Powers was surprised twice by this event. I wonder which of his shocking moments I should ask about. Bellboy's face. What was so shocking about the bellboy's face, Mr. Powers?
Well, he wasn't exactly a boy. It was more like an old gramps. I hope you know that.
What was his voice?
I hope you know that discrimination towards old men is a no-no in my court. No, that's not what I meant at all. It's the smack middle of the guy's face. There was a line of stitches. A line of stitches? Yeah, and it went straight from the tippy top of his head to the bottom of his chin. Almost like that thread snapped and all the stuff in his head would come spilling out. Ah!
He was there. In a guard's house. He was that butler!
What is it, Mr. Wright?
Nothing, Your Honor. So that means Engard was talking with D. Killer then. If that fact were to be exposed, Engard would be declared guilty in a blink. Phoenix, you have to play dumb here. Pretend you don't know anything. Yes, Chief.
Are you sure you don't have anything you'd like to say, Mr. Wright?
Huh? What'd you say, Your Honor?
Nothing, Mr. Wright, nothing. We're just going around and around in circles. Now then, Mr. Powers, please continue with your testimony.
Well, let's also find out about the tip. The defendant is a huge star. He can afford to give generous tips, wouldn't you agree?
Sure. But giving him that much was maybe a little too much, I think.
A little too much? Would you please clarify for the court? But how much would you say the defendant gave to the bellboy?
Honestly, I don't know. I can't even begin to guess. And why is that?
Because he gave the bellboy a really fat roll of cash. A roll of cash?
Well, how interesting. That certainly was a very generous tip, wasn't it?
A very fat roll of cash. That can hardly be called a tip, Your Honor. I mean, it could be if you're really wealthy. The judge is beginning to look awfully suspicious of us.
Objection!
The defendant is a superstar. That kind of tip is typical fare for people like him. Are you saying that all superstars are super spenders? If I could receive large rolls of cash by simply bringing people things on trays, then why on earth would I be standing around here prosecuting? He's got a point. I don't even get paid, let alone rolls of cash for all my hard work. It's a tip. What could it cost? $12,000? I'll fall asleep before you solve this incredible case. The VOD will be there for you when you wake up if you want. Would kill for that kind of tip, oh no.
So supposing that roll of cash was not a tip, then what was it?
Payment, Your Honor. Hey, Nephilim and Duck Nukem. Welcome, welcome.
Payment?
Isn't it obvious? Oh, dang!
Listen, yeah.
Crit Witch, thank you so much for the 29 months. That's so many months. Thank you, thank you. Isn't it obvious? For the murder of Mr. Juan Corrida.
Then the bellboy, the witness saw.
Yes, he was the assassin.
Hold your horses now, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't have any proof of this, do you?
Have I ever been unprepared to support my claims, Your Honor? Sometimes, yes, actually. I have here the card Shelley the Killer left at the scene of the crime.
Shelley D. Killer.
He is the person the police's special investigations team has been chasing for ages. I am certain that the person this witness saw was this very assassin, Shelley the Killer.
Really? What's wrong, Mr. Powers?
No, nothing. Something just clicked in my head and I think I just figured something out.
Oh?
Actually, I saw that bellboy again later on that night. What?
Mr. Powers, please testify. Tell us what you saw. Yes, sir, right away.
Their voices are too similar. Oh well.
This time I was in that hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. And that's when that bellboy I saw earlier come out of the room. Of course, when I say room, I mean Juan Corrida's room. Now I think about it, that bellboy did seem kind of out of place. Yeah, so he had to be the assassin, I'm sure of it. I mean...
Thank you very much. That's all we need for now.
Huh? But I'm not done. There's still more.
Let us first establish that the bellboy was truly Mr. DeKiller. Then we shall see. Did Powers pattern his voice off of Phoenix or the other way around? Wait, what? No, I'm saying his voice is too similar to the judge. Oh no. All my voices are too similar. Oh no.
So the bellboy came out of the victim's room. And if that bellboy was really the assassin, then I think the answer is fairly obvious.
That would be correct, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Wright, I believe it's your turn to entertain and make us laugh. Just add a bub here and there for Powers and you're good, but then he's just Gumshoe! It's not true, your voices are great and distinct. Thank you, Saint Card. Unlike our confusion between Whisper and Shadow, it's only confusing because Shadow whispers. This is no laughing matter. They sound nothing alike. Making a Wolverine joke, but now Gumshoe is Wolverine, who is also Powers. Oh no! Edgeworth is truly the audience's voice. Let's see the second time. Let's press everything. And what time was it?
Oh, well, I don't remember. The award ceremony ended around 8 p.m., right? And I went to Matt's room pretty soon after that, and then I came back. And then I went to the bathroom. So I guess maybe it was around 8:10 by then? You're not one for details, are you, Mr. Powers?
Sorry, I suddenly had to cough.
Sorry. I thought I could maybe catch Matt and say my congrats.
Alrighty. Are you sure it was the same bellboy?
Yeah.
And how could you tell? All the bellboys wear the same uniform after all.
But you see, well, he had those stitches in his face.
Yes, they are definitely hard on the throat. Suddenly have to cough after hours of making raspy voices. How dare.
So I'm sure it's the same guy that was talking with Matt.
So which room did the bellboy come out of? The victim's room, huh?
Yeah, the one with all pretty flowers and teddy bears. It was Juan's room, alright.
Words cannot describe how screwed I am. Let's continue with the testimony, shall we? Yeah, let's hydrate some more. So what exactly was so out of place about him? Right. Why the insipid grin? Maybe because I have no idea what damaging thing he's gonna say next?
Well, the bellboy was empty-handed.
Empty-handed?
That bellboy was one of them room service people, right? But he wasn't pushing a cart and he wasn't holding a tray either. You'd call that a little strange too, wouldn't you? I'd agree it is a bit strange, Mr. Powers.
See, they're identical. But is it really that unusual for a bellboy to be empty-handed? What should I do? Should I let Mr. Power's testimony slide or try to pull a fast one? Oh no! I gotta try to pull a fast one. I want to see what happens. There's nothing strange or unusual about an empty-handed bellboy.
But there really is.
There really isn't. If you two are done being school children, bellboys offer room service. There's no reason for them to be empty-handed ever. What if they've just delivered their room service and the client was like, hey, can I keep the tray? They'd be like, okay.
Your Honor, I ask that the witness's previous statement be supplanted with this new one.
Edgeworth. Are you gonna do whatever you can to make the bellboy look suspicious? Of course he is.
I see. Very well. This court recognizes and grants the prosecution's request. Mr. Powers, if you could amend your testimony, please. Yes, sir.
Let's press this some more. So you're saying that it's suspicious for him to be empty-handed?
Yeah, really suspicious. I mean, when I first saw that bellboy, he was holding a tray in his hand. And there was a bottle of juice and a wine glass on it.
Juice? What kind of juice was it?
I'm pretty sure it was tomato juice.
It's like Edgy's trying to win or something. I know the heck. If we could come up with some sort of reason as to why he would come out empty-handed, some sort of proof, then I think we can dodge the bullet on this one for now. Proof, huh? Sounds like another job for the court record. I've had vegetable and tomato juice before. It's okay. So wouldn't we just be like, yeah, he delivered the juice, you dorks. Mr. Powers.
Yes.
You're easily influenced by other people's words, aren't you? As soon as you heard that bellboy might have been the killer, you got caught up in believing it must be true.
But, isn't he really suspicious? He's got all those stitches and he could have had a V8.
So, a baseball has stitches. Are you saying all baseballs are suspicious because they have stitches?
Well, there's also, what about him being empty-handed?
I would like to ask the court to please take a look here.
This is the crime scene.
There's a wine glass sitting next to Mr. Kurita's body. The liquid inside this glass is tomato juice. And now, if you would look at what is on the top of the table in the lower right-hand corner here, anyone could clearly say that it is a tray with a bottle of tomato juice on it. The bellboy had just brought this to Mr. Kurita's room. He left the tray in the room, which is why he was empty-handed when he left.
But that would mean the bellboy had seen and left a dead body in the room.
Ah, but can you prove that Mr. Kurita was already dead at that time?
Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes.
I blame you for leading me down this route.
I'm terribly sorry. What is with him? Why is he laughing? Because he knows he's gonna win. Witness, isn't there one more thing you would like to share with us?
Is there?
The bellboy was empty-handed, or should I say empty-handed. I recall you had something interesting to say about his hands.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot.
Huh? What?
Well, that bellboy, he was wearing gloves.
Gloves?
Yeah, pitch black leather ones. All the other bellboys don't wear gloves like that, right? Black leather gloves. Why didn't you mention them earlier? Sorry, it slipped my mind.
Boy, does this make the bellboy look really suspicious. Alright, gotta focus. I can't get lax here.
So what if he had gloves? A lot of bellboys wear gloves.
Come on, Mr. Wright. That bellboy is wearing black leather ones.
So? A football's made of leather? Are you saying all footballs are suspicious because they're made of leather? This defense is so bad.
But that man, he received a large roll of cash from the defendant. And then he was seen leaving the crime scene wearing black leather gloves. I don't think that even someone like myself can believe he was just another bellboy.
Ah. It seems that we have finally come to an understanding. Now then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony.
The rest?
Oh yes, please tell us more. Okay.
This defense would get thrown out so quick, but that's why I love these games. Yeah.
After leaving Juan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door just like that. He gave something to the person inside the room. Then the old guy just left without even going into the room. After that, I went into the bathroom and then back to my seat. So the bellboy, after leaving the crime scene, next went to the defendant's room. Yeah, I kinda saw it all by accident.
Some accident? I say you saw too much. And all of it was suspicious to high heaven.
I have not seen the anime for this game, no.
I think it's safe to say we can no longer consider this bellboy to be normal. Now then, let's get started, shall we? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that what you saw while you were busy spying?
Excuse me. Maybe a poor paid action star, but even I wouldn't stoop to spying. Well, I think the point is, where did you watch all this from, Mr. Powers? Oh, from the door of the bathroom with my left eye, and sort of like a sneaky spy, like...
I knew you were spying!
Please, does it really matter if what he was doing... Does it really matter if he was doing it over or underhandedly?
Apparently there is an anime, and it's kind of weird. What did the bellboy do next? That's all I care to know. I said, hold it!
Okay.
That's better! Ahem! What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate and give us a few more details.
Oh, okay.
I should probably ask him only one question at a time. Don't ask anything! Ask about this something. He gave something to this person?
Yeah.
And what was this something?
If I remembered what it was, I wouldn't be calling it a something, would I?
I've only seen bloopers and those were entertaining. I should look it up. It's odd because the games are so non-weird. I know, the games are real straight-laced. The English voice of Trunks from Dragon Ball Z is Phoenix, Wright? Didn't hear great things about the anime. No, I've also heard that it's not very good. But I will still probably poke at it if I find it.
But this implies that something was removed from the scene of the crime. Are you sure you really can't remember, Mr. Powers? I think it was something kinda small.
This is an incredibly crucial piece of information. Please try to remember what it was.
I'll try.
In the meantime, let's talk of another point, namely what the bellboy did next.
Oh, so after he gave the person inside the room the thing...
Oops! No, we're gonna press. Hold it! I said hold it! The live-action movie, on the other hand, oh no. Good night, HD. Thanks for hanging out. So who took this something the bellboy handed off?
Actually, I don't know.
What do you mean?
I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. Only an arm!
Then you're saying you didn't see the person's face?
Yeah.
Oh no, the music's stopping. I would like to summarize the testimony up to this point, if you don't mind.
When the bellboy left the crime scene, he immediately went to the defendant's room. There, he handed a small item of some sort to the person inside. As for the person who received this item, all you could see was the person's arm.
Yes, it was just like that. Mr. Edgeworth, is all this really that important?
Of course, Your Honor. I think this is of the utmost importance.
This is when whatever was removed from the crime scene was handed over to the client.
Mr. Powers, please, try to remember what it was the bellboy handed off. Well, let's see. I think it was no. If you remember, please add it to your testimony. Yes, sir.
Wooden statue.
Oh no. What was the point of that pregnant pause?
Where did that objection come from? Well, speak up!
It was me, Your Honor.
What is it, Phoenix? I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen once I show this.
Maybe I should have saved. I'm worried now.
Mr. Wright, if you have something to say, please spit it out.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Phoenix, deep breath.
Mr. Powers, the something you saw, was it this item?
Oh, hey, that's it. That's the something. Wow, Mr. Wright, you really figured it out.
I recall we found this at Matt and God's mansion.
At the defendant's house. What does this mean?
He didn't do the thing.
It's simple, Your Honor. Shelley the Killer assassinated Juan Corrida in his room.
Then he stole this wooden bear from the scene of the crime.
Then the bear being found at Mr. Ungard's mansion would mean...
It goes without saying, Your Honor. Mr. Matt Ungard is D. Killer's client. No, now we spin this to say that clearly Mr. Ungard paid the bellboy to go in there and steal a bear to shame him.
Order, order, order! I said order! Mr. Wright, this is a most unfortunate turn of events for you.
Yeah?
Sorry, Mia. No, it's all right. Your judgment was sound. Actually, I figured the bear would come up. If not now, then it would have later on. Even if you hadn't shown it to the court, I'm sure your friend Edgeworth would have. Oh, I almost forgot that he knew about it too.
I think it is clear that there is no need for us to continue this trial.
I can't let this happen. I have to do something. There has to be something we overlooked. Your Honor, a minute, please.
Yes, Mr. Wright.
There are still a few points left that we have not fully explored. What are you trying to pull?
Oh, well, we can't have that. All right, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further?
The bear itself, I think? Can I save? I'm gonna save. I think it's fairly obvious that this bear itself is very questionable.
The bear, Mr. Wright.
This was found at Mr. Engard's mansion. However, Mr. Engard was arrested at the hotel that night, which means that since the murder occurred, he has not had a chance to go home.
Oh,
I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. It's not possible that it was Mr. Engard who took this bear to his mansion.
why, that's very true. We didn't consider that point, Mr. Wright. There was no way time-wise for the defendant to have taken this bear home.
Oh, disaster averted. Ah! You haven't gotten the best of me yet, Mr. Wright.
Huh?
I remember it clear as day. I remember what you muttered to yourself at Engard's mansion. We have this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape. I can't believe it. That butler, all this time he was the killer. D-Killer and Engard were working together, so to speak. And D-Killer was hiding at Engard Mansion as its butler.
What a bold move!
The bear figurine was brought back to Engard Mansion by D-Killer himself. When it looked like he was about to be arrested, Engard had him do so. I assume because it would have been bad had the police found it during the investigation. Well, Mr. Wright, you've been quiet for a while now. This is too much. Isn't there anything I can attack at all? I have to try. I have to find something else.
What will you do now, Mr. Wright?
I plan to expose a clearly shaky place in Mr. Power's testimony. A bag of tortilla chips, a set of toffee, and a set of a mix of Lindt chocolate pralines, some with alcohol. I don't know. Are you feeling something salty or sweet?
What? There's still another one.
There is indeed, Your Honor, and it is quite a questionable point.
What are you trying to pull?
Alright, what questionable point? Stop bullying Mr. Powers. I have to save Maya, though. There was one thing in Mr. Powers' testimony that was very unclear, and that is the identity of the person who received the bear.
He gave this something to the person inside the room. Sorry, but I only saw the person's arm.
As long as we don't know who it was that took the bear, we can't be sure of...
Ah! What is it, Mr. Powers? If you're going to scream like that, then at least give us a good reason why. Oh, yeah, sorry. Actually, so, I remembered. I remember who took the bear.
What?
Really? I mean, I only saw his arm. But, the arm... It was the Nickel Samurai's arm, I swear it.
You gotta be kidding! Are you sure of that, Mr. Powers?
Yeah, I'm sure it was the Nickel Samurai.
Thanks for giving Shazam another shout out, Drummer Boy. Appreciate it. Yes, follow all the Emporium folks. You can type !Emporium in chat to get a link to our stream team, or you can click the little Emporium stream team thing below the stream and follow literally everyone on there. Who had the robot arm in that previous flashback, by the way? The Nickel Samurai!
Order! Order! It looks like you've dug your own grave, yet again.
How many times is that today? I've lost count. So, the person who took this little bear was the Nickel Samurai. And, as we all know, Matangard is the Nickel Samurai. Ate 3 toffees. I hope they were good. You're all so kind. Everyone in this team is kind. Get used to it.
Thanks to the defense, we've made that all the clearer. I think we've heard enough. We now know why this bear figurine was at the defendant's mansion, as well as who it was that received the bear from the assassin in his room. Everything has become very clear. The client who hired the assassin to commit the murder was Mr. Matangard. I see no reason for this trial to continue, therefore I will hand down my verdict.
Thank you, Your Honor, for understanding. You see, Mr. Wright, you could not win against the truth, could you? I knew it would turn out this way. After all, what Edgeworth has stated is the truth.
Any last objections, Mr. Wright?
Well, do I? What should I do? We need to object. Yeah, technically anyone could have worn it. The issue is, so we learned last time we played that there was a second Nickel Samurai costume hiding in the Jammin' Ninja, aka Juan Carita's guitar case, which he was planning to put on to do a press conference to expose Matt for all of the nasty stuff he's done. After Juan was murdered, Adrian Andrews, who is the manager to Matangard, went into Juan's dressing room, discovered he had been murdered, assumed Matt did it, and planted some evidence, put on the costume, and then walked back into I'm getting their names mixed up. Matangard's room. And then Matt was sleeping in the costume, according to his testimony. If he had said that he had taken off the costume and then put it back on, that would be different. But the question would be, where did someone get the costume? Anyway, we're going to object. Objection! There's only one way for me to drag out this trial. The only thing I have left is this one dirty trick. Your Honor, right now we have these 2 reasons to believe my client is the assassin's client. Reason number 1, he accepted the bear figurine from the assassin. Reason number 2, that very same figurine was found at Engard Mansion. However, it is possible that this is all the work of a certain other person.
What are you saying?
What I'm saying is, it's possible a different person is the killer's real client.
The real client?
Yes. Tisk tisk. Is this all you have?
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. Who do you say is the killer's real client and therefore the real murderer?
The only person I can give is Adrian Andrews.
Adrian Andrews?
Yes, we already know that she tried to frame Matangard for the crime by wearing a spare Nickel Samurai costume.
Ah, then the Nickel Samurai arm I saw.
That could have very well been Miss Andrews.
But what about Mr. Engard?
If you would please recall yesterday's testimony, the defendant was taking a nap during the break period.
That's right. Then, finding this figure at Mr. Engard's mansion.
It was a well-laid trap set by Miss Andrews.
Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion on this?
I cannot even begin to count the flaws in the defendant's logic. Besides which, there's no evidence to support it. However, I can't fully discount its possibility either.
What's with this trial? Come on, anyone can tell Ingard did it. I can't believe the defense would go as far as to pin this guilt on someone else. Yeah, it's unbelievable. This is save Maya. This is save Maya. Even if the whole world turns against me, this is one fight I can't give up on.
Order, order, order. All disruptive parties will be forced to leave the courtroom.
Your Honor. For the benefit of the defense, I'm willing to play along with his what-if game.
His what-if game, Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution is prepared to challenge the defense's theory. What does Maya have to do with this? She's been, kidnapped by a D-killer. Andrew's like, please, I can't break any more of my glasses. And, D-killer's like, hey, make sure you get, Ingard found innocent or goodbye, Maya. Ciao. Mr. Wright? Didn't she die? No, she's not dead yet. Even you must have thought it strange and wondered. Why would the criminal want this little wooden bear? He's right. Is the suicide note in the bear? Yet? Well, I don't know. I don't know if she's gonna die, I'm just saying. Didn't she die? Not yet. No, she hasn't died yet. She might not die ever. Well, she'll die someday. Everyone dies someday. Getting me off topic. D-Killer did specially bring that bear to Ungard right away. Why do you ask? Because there's something special about it. Absolutely. And I'm sure once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity would become crystal clear. I was thinking of the stacked... Oh, Mia! Yeah. Mia is dead. But her sister Maya, alive and well. We still have Pearl as a spare Maya? That's terrible. Your Honor, the prosecution calls upon a witness who will clear all doubts against Miss Andrews.
And who would that be?
It's quite simple, Your Honor. Miss Adrian Andrews herself. Who's Maya then? My assistant and a disciple in the Kura-in tradition of spirit channeling. This is Maya. We don't have a profile on her sister. Going through mediums quite fast. Mia, Maya, Pearl. I know!
I see. Well then, the court will take a short 10-minute recess. The prosecution will prepare its witness in that time.
Yes, Your Honor. We're gonna take a break here. So we're gonna take a brief break. It's a good point to get up and stretch your legs, get a drink, get a snack, and we'll be back in just a few minutes for the exciting conclusion of whatever the heck is going on in this case.
And we're back. Hope y'all had a nice break. I got some more to drink. Hey, Ori! Mushrooms and steak pizza? That sounds really tasty. Do you just do like a regular sauce with that, or do you do a different kind of sauce? I feel like that would be really good with like a white sauce. If it's a well-made white sauce, anyway. But yeah, I hope you all had a nice break. Just putting some lotion on my face, because it's dry out here today. Alrighty. And then just as a reminder for people who are just tuning in, you can all see it on the stream, so I probably don't need to remind you, but I'm gonna do it anyway. We're raising money for the Austin Area Urban League today. They are helping with the recent cold weather that is affecting Texas right now. Specifically, I believe that they're helping the housing insecure population with things like shelter, food, water, clothing, etc. This time I did red, but I was thinking white sauce too. Might do that next time, but the red is really good too. There you go. I'm sure it's good either way. Depends though, because I've definitely had some places where their white sauce has been disgusting. Yeah, I don't know how dry it is here. I don't tend to monitor it, but I can just feel it in my skin when it gets too dry. Anyway, if you want to check out that charity, you can type !charity in the chat to get a link to our donation page. Or you can check out aaul.org for more information on the charity we're supporting today. Oh no, time to shake out that nightgown.
Oh, I knew it was a good idea to hold her hostage. Don't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? But I never thought in your desperation you'd try to pin the guilt onto Adrian. I swear this demon will pay.
Mr. Nick! Pearls, where's Mia? I don't know. A really strong power suddenly called her away.
Oh, I bet Maya's channeling her. A really strong power?
Oh, Mr. Nick, your phone is...
It's from Gumshoe! Oh no!
Hey, how's it going? Have you been hanging in there, pal?
Yeah, sort of. We just barely found something to latch onto.
Oh, that's good, pal.
And what about you? Anything yet? Have you figured out what you killer and Maya are?
We still don't have any leads, but...
What? We don't have any more time!
Even if we just had one, even a single clue would be really helpful.
We're about to get one, because that's why Maya called Mia away to give us a clue. Trying to do like braised beef tortellini if it were on a pizza. That sounds so good. Yeah, this music actually kind of reminds me of there's a song on the Chrono Trigger soundtrack that this reminds me of. I was only able to come this far because I kept thinking to myself, I gotta keep the trial going until Maya's been rescued. But have I just run out of luck all this time? Is all our hope for naught? A tent. Huh? A tent? I could see a circus tent. Mia! It looks like Maya was unconscious until just a few minutes ago. As soon as she woke up, she called for me. So it was Maya that called you away. She's locked in a dusty little room right now. But I could see a circus tent outside the window about 300 feet away. Gumshoe! Is there a circus in town right now?
There's only one, pal. The Very Big Circus.
Maya is somewhere within a 300-foot radius of the main tent.
What? Oh, okay, hold on a sec, pal. Hey, draw a circle around that map. About 300-foot radius from the main tent. Hurry!
And? I could see a mailbox under the window just outside.
Gumshoe, there's also a mailbox! Okay, what else?
What else, Mia? I'm sorry, but it was a very small window. I couldn't see anything else. It felt like I was in an old office building, maybe the 3rd floor or so.
I heard her. An old office building. Good stuff, pal.
Is this the mother? No, this is the older sister. Enjoy the praline, Sock.
Okay, just hang in there. Just a little longer, pal. Wish us luck.
Good luck.
I'll call you later, so don't let your battery die, okay, pal?
Mia, Maya's not hurt, right? She's in a pretty bad state, Phoenix. She's being starved. Gumshoe, please hurry! Looks like we're out of time. Are you alright, Phoenix? It's only a matter of time before Maya's rescued. I can do this. I just have to make the trial last a little longer.
Court will now reconvene.
The killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this to his client. From this, one obvious question arises. Why this particular item? I believe the answer to that question will provide us with the name of the real culprit. Now then, the prosecution calls the defendant's manager, Adrian Andrews, to the stand. Currently, the witness is accused of tampering and obstruction of... I misread that and as obstruction of juice. Obstruction of justice. However, you have been called to the witness stand today to ascertain who exactly is guilty of murder. I understand. Very good. Now, have you ever seen this bear before, Miss Andrews? Of course I have.
You have seen it before.
Obstruction of juice, yeah. That's right, it's only natural that the witness has. Miss Andrews, could you please enlighten the court to this bear's secrets? Alright. Older sister in the even younger cousin's body. Yes, correct. Your obstruction of juice is punishable by a sentence of lemon squeezing. Opposite of prune juice? Oh no. That's not what I was even thinking. Why? Why does she... Because there's something very important inside. Oh. Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. At its center is a very small cavity with just enough room to store a small item. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. You really can't tell that it's just a small jewelry box just by looking at it.
So, this figurine, it's a container of sorts, is it?
Yes, looks can be deceiving, wouldn't you agree?
Yes, this is superb craftsmanship. Oh, yes, I nearly forgot. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
It looks like there really was something to that bear after all. A puzzle? That's right.
But it looks like an ordinary figurine.
True enough. To people who don't know, I'm sure they would never guess this was a puzzle. What kind of puzzle is this exactly? So you can take it apart? And how would one go about doing that? Well, you first turn its tail to the right and push it in.
Oh, yes, I see.
After that, the arms and legs are free to move and can be removed.
Oh, this is most interesting.
A boy and his new toy. It's like he's 5 all over again.
Oh, don't mind me. Go ahead and carry on. I think he's lost it.
So what do you find after you take the puzzle apart?
And how do you know about this?
I know because I'm the one who bought it.
Huh?
It was a souvenir from when a friend and I went to Switzerland.
Then this was a present from you.
That's right. It was a puzzle in the shape of a bear, so I thought it would be perfect for Juan.
And then when you murdered him, you wanted it back.
That's the secret. The judge is really 3 kids in a judge robe wearing a fake beard. Oh, I want that game now. Witness, let's continue with your testimony. So who exactly knew how to solve this puzzle? Only the 2 of us, Juan and myself. It was a souvenir from Switzerland, so I doubt there are that many people with this same bear in this country.
But this looks like it can be easily broken, especially if someone wanted to get at what's inside.
Well, it's a toy, but it can never be the same again once it's been broken. Who else knows that this bear is actually a small container or jewelry box? I never told anyone. And as long as Juan never told anyone either, then it would only be the 2 of us who knew.
The 2 of you, huh?
Then, of course, that means Mr. Ungar didn't know, right? I think this is about all I'm gonna get for now. Well, Mr. Wright, I think even you have come to realize that there is one very important fact that we have uncovered, and that is this. The bear is actually a jewelry box. Now that we have agreed to this point, there's only one logical question that can come next, and that is this. What is inside the box?
What's inside?
That's right. That's what we're going to figure out next. Witness. Yes? You are the only one who can open this, please. There's a painful silence hanging over the courtroom. All eyes are on Miss Andrews now as she solves the puzzle and takes the bear apart. I've opened it. Don't lick her pants. Hey, Furman. Is this what you wanted?
What is that? It looks like a note.
Oh, it's the suicide note. Who would have guessed? I don't think we need to guess at what this is, do we, Mr. Wright? It's the suicide note.
The suicide note.
Please take care of yourself, everybody. This particular case deals with suicide, so... Pretty sure pants are constructs of evil. Only the truly devious wear pants. The suicide note left by Juan Corrida's former manager, Celestine Pax. Until now, no one knew of its whereabouts, but just so we suspected it was hidden. Hidden by the victim, Juan Corrida himself. Well, I prefer dresses and skirts. I don't blame you. Dresses and skirts are comfy. It seems Celestine Pax had very beautiful handwriting. And she just as beautifully signed her own name on this document. This is most definitely the note she left right before she committed suicide.
Order! Witness, did you know about this?
Yes, I did. I heard all about it from Juan. When I discovered his body, I looked for the bear. I wanted to destroy the note before it became public. But I couldn't find it anywhere.
Because it had already been taken by D. Killer.
Everything is going at Mr. Edworth's pace. So now that the suicide note has been found, what's the next logical question? What is written on the note? That's right. At least that's what I would think.
Your teeth hurt. Maybe too many sweets. Hope you're doing okay today, Furman.
I can't stop you, can I? I went through so much just to get my hands on it. And I was gonna burn it for her sake. I'm deeply sorry, but I can't allow you to persuade me to stop. Your Honor, if you could please read the contents of the note aloud.
Very well.
The judge's voice rang loud and clear through the deathly silent courtroom. In her note, Celeste Pax left us a record of all that had happened to her. About being used and then thrown away by Engard. About being engaged to Kurita and then Engard's role in destroying that. And about how she decided in her despair to end it all.
And that's all Miss Impax had to say.
There's one thing I would like to say here. The prosecution has no interest in slandering Mr. Engard.
Then, what?
Our intention, Your Honor, is to establish a motive for murder. Isn't that correct, witness? Yes. On the night of the murder, Juan was going to make the contents of the note public, but that's her motive too. After the post-ceremony show, he was going to hold a press conference.
My word.
Metangod values, above all else, his refreshing like a spring breeze image. Which is why he had to stop this note from being made public. At any cost. It's Engard's fault that woman killed herself. And this time, he even went so far as to kill someone to stop him from revealing that. How terrible! What a selfish person! I guess there are slimeball lawyers out there who will defend these creeps too. He's entitled to a defense! There's no room for doubt here. Mr. DeKiller's client goal was to obtain this suicide note. And the only person who needed this note that badly is the defendant. Not true! Let's not forget that the bear with the note was found at the defendant's house.
It seems we have come to the truth at last. The defendant's motives were entirely selfish. He deserves no sympathy from anyone.
How am I supposed to escape from this one? Why the hesitation, Phoenix? Gumshoe hasn't called yet, so you know what you must do. I know. I have to carry on and buy him some more time. Okay. There are two deadly pieces of evidence, the figurine and the suicide note. Maybe somehow I can find a way out of the situation through one of those. The gavel's already in the judge's hand, Phoenix. Hurry. What should I pursue? Probably the figurine, because she said that no one else knew about it. Please wait, Your Honor. I feel I should say I recommend this as someone who used to have a lot of cavities. Don't have them anymore after loads of work, but candy used to get me a lot. Fair enough. Yeah. And clean your mouths, people. Oh man, look at that lawyer! He's still going at it. It's like he doesn't care that he's trying to get a killer off the hook. The assassin took this with him from the scene of the crime after murdering Mr. Kurita. At the request of his client, of course.
So what's your point, Mr. Wright?
I don't think it's possible that Mr. DeKiller's client was Matt Engard. In fact, I think there's a contradiction here. You can't tell just by looking at it that this bear is really a jewelry box. The chances that Matt and Guard thought the note was inside this bear are 0 to none.
Oh, I didn't think of it that way.
Exactly, but I did think of it that way, and I thought it was rather strange. After all, there's no reason why Mr. and Guard would ever want a jewelry box like this.
Order, order, order. You make a valid point, Mr. Wright. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion?
It's just a flash. But I think I did rather well on this one. When in doubt, save the game, always. Unfortunately, I think he believes differently. I believe a show of appreciation is in order. The defense seems to be in love with wishing more despair upon itself. I would like to direct the court's attention to this.
What is that?
It is a very small video camera, Your Honor. This type of camera is commonly used as a means of spying.
Spying?
What the? I thought that spy camera was in my possession. Matt and God and the victim both thought that the other was the biggest rival. They even went so far as to use this type of item to find each other's weaknesses.
And?
The victim Juan Carita was being spied on. His personal life was being watched by none other than Matt and God.
Order, order! Mr. Wright!
Yes, Your Honor.
You don't tell me you knew about your client's spying activities?
Well, sorta.
Sort of is not an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright.
I see you are confused, Mr. Wright. You're probably thinking, but I have the camera that was stuffed in that bear's eye. But this camera that I have is not the same one. Last night I searched the victim's house on a hunch. Using this Gumshoe's bug sweeper. By the way, Mr. Wright, the defendant's fingerprints were found on this camera.
Matt and Guard's fingerprints were on there.
Well, Phoenix, it looks like those cameras were hidden all over the place, huh? What am I supposed to say to that evidence? I think this is the end. It's fairly obvious that Mr. and God learned of this suicide note through this. He was watching the victim all along. You got me good this time. I don't have anything to counter that. Hey, now what's that lawyer thinking?
Mommy, is that bad man the killer?
Shh, stop, don't look at him. The way he's sweating is just so nasty. Phoenix. Is Edgeworth trying to help you with this case or something? No. I mean, it's complicated. This is basically a case that we are destined to lose. I feel like Edgeworth is allowing us to buy time because he knows that Maya's been kidnapped. So I think he's being a little soft on us. Yes, Chief? Have you figured out what you're going to do next yet? What am I going to do next? Is running away like a frightened child work? I know it seems like Mr. Edgeworth was very close to putting the lid on this case, but in his eagerness to prove his point, he forgot one very important thing. Well, what is it, Mia? There's a piece of evidence that he really should investigate. Something he should investigate. I would really hate to see the good prosecutor get scolded for not remembering to look into the item when he had a chance. Why are you speaking in riddles all of a sudden? Because to make us solve it. Alright, I'm gonna save it.
Alright, I think this time we finally understand everything. Well, Mr. Wright, you don't have any further objections, do you?
What is this piece of evidence that Mia's talking about? Can I figure out what it is that still needs to be looked into, or should I let it go? Object!
I have an objection, Your Honor. That was about the weakest objection I've ever heard, Mr. Wright. Hey, Nano. Your Honor! The defense has no intention of letting this go so easily. You are beginning to sound desperate. That's just your imagination, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, this is not like you at all. In your eagerness to prove your point, you've forgotten one very important thing. How's it going, Nano? Hydrate. Thank you, Furman. I need to. I think part of the reason my voice is a bit raw today is I did a lot of auditions yesterday. And I'm feeling it today. Hey, isn't that what I just said? So you're telling me that I forgot something? Auditions? Yeah. There's an RPG coming out, and I can't reveal anything about the characters or anything because they're all under NDA. But it got brought to my attention, and so I auditioned for like 6 of them. I don't expect to get cast because that's just how it goes. You audition a bunch and then you mostly don't get cast, but occasionally you do. But yeah, it seems kind of cool. So if I do get cast and have a voice acting job, I'll let y'all know. You're so close, Mr. Edgeworth. But there's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence. Uh-oh. Best of luck, thank you. Hope you get a call back. I hope so too, thank you. A lot of the, well, I'm under NDA. I feel like a lot of the characters probably don't fit my voice for one reason or another, but you never know what they're looking for, so may as well try. And I'm really proud of some of the auditions that I did, so I might end up stealing some of the generic lines from that and throw it into my voice reel when I get around to updating it. Alright, what do we need to investigate more? The suicide note? Let's go with the suicide note. That is Ms. Impact's suicide note, right? Who knows? I mean, sure, this suicide note was found inside this bear, but this bear was in my possession until only a few moments ago. Which means the handwriting on the suicide note has yet to be analyzed. Oh! So, as to whether this pivotal piece of evidence was really written by Ms. Impact or not, that has yet to be even remotely confirmed. Be like the juxtaposition for Igor's voice? I'm not familiar with what you're referencing. Mr. Wright, you can't seriously be suggesting... Mr. Wright, are you seriously saying the suicide note is a fake? From Persona 5? Oh. I'm trying to remember Igor. I don't remember. But yeah, I know what they're looking for, so figured I'd give it a try. Ms. Andrews, you were the one who tried to pin this murder on Mr. Engard. Who's to say you didn't create a fake suicide note and put it into this bear? How dare you? Your Honor, the defense is indiscriminately accusing the witness again. There's no evidence linking this witness to the suicide note whatsoever. But if this is a fake, then the witness is the only person who could have made it. What? Recall the witness's testimony concerning this figurine. The only person other than the victim who could solve this puzzle is the witness herself. Oh no, we broke her glasses again.
Miss Andrews! You wrote this note, didn't you? You wrote it so you could use it to frame man on guard.
I did no such thing.
Right, if you're going to pronounce this suicide note a fake, then show this court some evidence to support your theory. Mr. Edgeworth, you are the one who presented this scrap of paper as evidence. That means the burden of proof lies with you, the prosecution. Hey, look at us, forcing them to prove shit. He has a deep voice for most of the game, and at some point changes to a voice that's higher and nasally?
Ugh. That's enough. Mr. Edgeworth, can you confirm the handwriting on this suicide note?
It is as words. Start over. It is as the defense has stated. The handwriting has yet to be analyzed.
If that's the case, it seems that yet again we've reached a point where a verdict is impossible.
That's impossible! This isn't good, Phoenix. The judge is going to carry this trial over one more day. I don't think Maya will be physically able to make it another day.
I didn't want to have to do this, but I don't have a choice. I request that both the prosecution and the defense further investigate.
Handwriting analysis, my butt. That's just the lawyer trying to buy more time. And Guard is guilty. Look, any idiot can tell you that. I think we've reached the end of the line. Guilty! 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 How many times do I have to say guilty?
What is that sound?
It's Gumshoe. Hello, Gumshoe. What is with him? And so what's with that sigh? Where's Maya? What happened to kill her?
He got away.
What?
I'm sorry, pal, I really am. I don't know what to say besides I'm sorry. I wish there's some way I could make it up to you, I really do.
Anyway, what's going on?
We found his hideout, pal. But the two of them were already gone.
This is terrible.
I'm gonna keep looking for him, pal. Don't you worry, I just need a little more time.
But
Don't tell me we don't have any more.
guilty, 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 guilty. Okay. Do you hear that? They're calling for his head.
Mr. Wright, I can't. For us to come this far and...
Oh! What is it?
Let me talk to Edgeworth.
I can't do that!
Mr. Wright, would you please get a hold of yourself?
Yes, Your Honor.
I am about to end today's proceedings. You may take your phone calls after.
Hold on, Your Honor. Edgeworth, catch!
Miss Edgeworth. Please, you gotta buy us some more time.
Court is in session. Where'd you get the phone? He's talking on my pocket. It's my phone. I'm sorry, Your Honor, you were saying.
Mr. Wright, this is a court of law.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but...
I am reluctant to do this, however. It appears I have no choice but to suspend proceedings until tomorrow.
This time I really can't do anything.
Court is now adjourned for the day.
Welp. Objection! Oh! Please wait, Your Honor. Edgeworth? Oh, yeah, I assume they just don't have the animation for it.
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
I humbly request another 30 minutes of Your Honor's time.
For what purpose?
We can perform the necessary tests on this piece of evidence in that time.
But can you really obtain your results in 30 minutes?
I believe we can, Your Honor.
But wouldn't it be better if we adjourned for today and then reconvene tomorrow?
30 minutes, please, Your Honor. That's all I'm asking for. Please, Your Honor.
Very well. At the prosecution's request, this court will now take a 30-minute recess. But be advised that I will not allow another recess today.
I'm not sure if this is helping or hurting us.
The court will now take its final recess of the day.
Right! Well, what's going on with Maya's situation? The killer. It looks like he got away again. 30 minutes? We can't find her in that time.
Report! Is that Mr. Edgeworth?
We don't have time, just spit it out.
Right. It looks like we just missed him, sir. But the killer left a few things behind by accident in his rush to get away.
A few things. Can we use any of them as evidence?
Ho ho ho! I thought you'd ask, pal. I got the things he left with me right now, and I'm on my way over.
Really? That's odd. Any items like that are usually sent to the crime lab first.
We don't have time to wait for those guys, sir. When those guys weren't looking, I swiped the stuff and ran.
What?
Well, I'm not a detective anymore, so I had to. I'm really sorry, sir, but I gotta put the law in the hole for now.
Sounds bad. I hope he doesn't get in too much trouble over this.
With my hunk of junk car, I said I'd be there in about 20 minutes, sir. Don't worry, I'll be there. Wait for me.
Alright. Just get here in one piece.
I'm on a mission and no one can stop me now, sir. No one! I'm pulling out all the stops and running every red light.
Items left by the murderer, huh? Maybe there's something among them that will be decisive enough to end this. What?
Oh no, did he get in a crash?
Hey, what's wrong? Detective Gumshoe, answer me.
No one can stop me.
What happened? It sounded like he had an accident. I'm guessing his cell phone broke as well. What was he thinking? We gotta hurry and call for help! But we have no idea where he is. His cell phone is broken and he wasn't driving a patrol car, so no radio either. Also, if we don't get those items before they do, the police will take possession of them. No, we can't let that happen. Well, if there is a way we can find out where he is, then we stand a chance. I know how we can find him. Franziska put a tracker on him, remember? Why, oh why did Gumshoe have to get into an accident now? Is there any way to find out exactly where he is at this moment? Yes! That's right! There is a way! What? How? I'm sure we can find out where Detective Gumshoe is using this! Wait, what? What? Wait. Oh, wait. Wait. Profiles! I can't save it. So we're just gonna... Why you bring up Franziska at a time like this? Oh, I see! I'll try and get in contact with her. The chances are slim, but she's all we have. Franziska, will she even want to help us? Edgeworth, what is it? I don't have any right to judge anyone ever again. I know my client is guilty, but what I'm doing now, I'm pinning all the guilt onto someone totally innocent and using the evidence to do so. It might be my turn to say defense attorney Phoenix Wright chooses death. Who is she? She is the prosecutor that we've been up against for most of this game. Right. It doesn't suit someone like you to cry useless tears. Whether you did your job well or not, that can only be seen after the verdict has been decided. The verdict?
Is Prosecutor Edgeworth here?
Yes, bailiff. There's a phone... Oh, wrong voice. There's a phone call from you, sir. They said it was extremely urgent. They'll probably finish with the handwriting analysis. I have to go take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what it is you must do. Dun dun dun.
Court will now reconvene. I assume both sides are ready?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, this is the second game, Duck Nukem. We're playing through the whole trilogy.
I can understand the defense acting like this. However, why do you also seem distraught, Mr. Edgeworth?
That is... It's nothing, Your Honor. What's wrong with Edgeworth? It looks like something unexpected just happened to him.
Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you could please tell the court the results of the handwriting analysis on Ms. Impact's suicide note.
Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, we have discovered that this suicide note is a forgery. How? What?
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
This note was not written by Ms. Impact herself. It is a fake.
Order, Mr. Edgeworth. Would you care to explain what is going on?
Plot twist, the creepy asshole dude is actually innocent? I don't think so. Also, my phone keeps buzzing. 1 second. Sorry about that. I was getting Amber Alert notifications.
If this was not written by Ms. Impacts, then who wrote it?
I will say, though, I would be very surprised if he were innocent because he admitted to hiring D-Killer. Yeah, I hope they find whoever got abducted. I can't do much from it, or I can't do much about it from here, though. We would need more time to do a more detailed analysis. However, it appears the handwriting matches that of the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida. Mr. Corrida? Well, well. It looks like Ms. Impacts never left a suicide note after all. She never wrote anything about Engard. However, Your Honor, even though this suicide note is indeed a fake, Mr. Engard could not have known that, and so that facts remain unchanged? Acting under the assumption that it was real, he had plotted to possess it.
That does sound very plausible.
This theory that Engard had no idea that the suicide note was fake, something seems a little wrong with it. defense believes that the theory the prosecution has stated contradicts testimony. If everything the prosecution has proven up to this point is true, then it's impossible for Mr. Engard not to have known that it was fake. I'm gonna go with, the spy camera? Yeah, exactly.
What is this little item called again?
It's a video camera, Your Honor. Well, a very small one, but...
Oh, that's right, a camera. You kids and your fancy toys nowadays.
Mr. Edgeworth, earlier you claimed that Mr. Engard knew of the existence of this note because he was spying on the victim. Isn't that right? If that were true, then this means Mr. Engard would have known that the victim had forged the note.
Ah! So then, the defendant knew this suicide note was a fake. And if that's true, then the situation has suddenly changed in a very dramatic way.
Exactly, Your Honor. The prosecution's theory as to what Mr. Engard's motive for murder was has suddenly disappeared into thin air. But, Your Honor, it's not as if Mr. Engard monitored Mr. Kurita 24 hours a day. Perhaps the victim wrote the note in a place Mr. Engard didn't know of. Well, right back at you, Mr. Edgeworth. Why don't you show some proof that the victim made the forgery at an unknown place? Ugh. Also, there was no evidence presented that Engard knew of the note. Just that it was likely he could have. Just saying.
Order, 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 Mr. Edgeworth! It looks like this time it is you who has dug his own grave.
As I figured.
As you figured.
As I figured, it came down to this after all.
Mr. Edgeworth, you are not making any sense.
When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. The question is, what's next? What's next? If the prosecution can't prove Mr. Engard's motive through evidence, then we must prove it from another angle.
Well, I agree with you there.
Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call a witness to the stand at this time.
Oh, well, that's fine.
However, this witness is a little unusual. Edgeworth stuttering? This is not like him at all.
Unusual? Well, what sort of witness is this person, Mr. Edgeworth?
This witness is one who is perfectly fit to answer once and for all the question of who was it that hired Shelley the Killer to commit murder? Oh no. Is it Shelley the Killer? That's impossible. Who in the... No such person exists who can answer that question with such certainty.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth, who is this witness?
It's...
Yes, go on, who is it?
the man himself. Mr. Shelley the Killer.
Oh, Mr. the Killer. Oh, wait! Shelley the Killer? You mean the killer? I mean the assassin.
Yes, Your Honor.
He's coming here to the witness stand.
Well, yes, in a manner of speaking. I recognize that this is a very unusual circumstance, and so I ask for your permission. Oh, the Hampton Killers.
Well, Mr. Wright?
Yes?
Is this all right with you?
Do I have a choice here? I can't really do much else to drag this trial out. The defense has no objections, Your Honor.
I wonder if it really is all right to do this.
Very well then. The prosecution calls its witness to the stand. Edgeworth, is there no other way left to us? I'm guessing it's the radio. Now then, witness, your name and your, occupation, please. Yep. Very good, sir. My name is Shelley the Killer, and I am a professional assassin.
I say, what is going on here?
Your Honor.
How can you remain so calm, and what is the meaning of this two-way radio?
Actually, Your Honor, it was delivered to me just now, and it came with a condition. As long as we do not trace its source, Mr. the Killer will testify to this court.
It's gotta be animated. Otherwise it would be boring.
So this must be what that urgent phone call he got earlier was about.
Oh, no, this will not do. I cannot allow this in my court. First of all, we can't even be sure this is really Mr. the Killer himself.
Witness, please present some sort of proof that you are in fact Shelley the Killer. I understand. Please wait a second. I'm so hungry. Maya!
A voice! Mr. Wright, can you confirm anything from this?
The defense has no objections to this person. We are satisfied that this man is indeed Shelley the Killer.
It looks like we have run into yet another unexpected turn of events. Well, it doesn't seem like we have too many choices under these circumstances, so...
Now then, witness. There's one thing I would like to confirm before we speak of anything else. And what would that be? At the request of a client, you killed Mr. Juan Corrida. Is this correct? It is as you say. I did indeed kill Mr. Corrida. Now that we have answered that, let's move on to the name of your client. Very well.
This is all just a bad dream. Yes, that's it, a bad dream.
Shelley the Killer. What is he gonna say? Also, it's so weird that he's testifying when he's like, find Matt innocent or I'll murder Maya because I have to protect my client. This is super weird. There is something I must first state. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. And that is the reason I'm here today on this witness stand. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give you the name of my client.
Mr. the Killer seems to be a very clever man. I'd almost say he seems to be mocking us.
Well, he may appear to be our enemy, Your Honor. Mr. the Killer is only stating the truth. He is no hypocrite. He has always stood by this one belief.
You mean about this trust between his clients and himself thing? It seems to be a level of trust beyond what people like me can comprehend. Well, Mr. Wright, are you ready to cross-examine the witness?
Yes, Your Honor. There's no way to know what's coming next, so stay cool and collected, Phoenix. We can hear anything you have to say later. Can you just please tell us your clients? I don't think you understand your place, Mr. Attorney. I said this is something I must first state. Do you know what the word first means? Sorry. Go on.
Well, it appears this is one witness you can't badger, Mr. Wright.
That's only because you don't know about Maya's situation. The trust between you and your client. I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. If too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome. Oh, what if he's testifying because of the camera. Because Matt is threatening to reveal the identity of the killer.
And that is what you're testifying in this manner.
This is the first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the killer name so my clients can trust me.
But couldn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust?
It has never happened before, but if it ever did, yes, that person wouldn't be my client for very long. They would certainly...
That's enough. Please, no more.
Very well. It was only a hypothetical, anyway.
That seems a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I would think this would be very bad for them.
It doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted outside their prescribed role.
Their role?
This person tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves. And this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven.
You? Who gave you the right to be so high and mighty?
Does that mean that it is actually Adrian Andrews? You know what, let's do... Hold on, before... We're gonna do a quick prediction if you wanna... Who's the real client? And we have, Matt and Matt and Guard, or Adrian Andrews. This is gonna be a fast one, so I'm gonna do a minute, and then I'm gonna drink some water. Get your predictions in! Here's the thing. There's two things that are potentially happening here. Either D Killer, because here's the thing, Matt admitted to it, but Matt's got him on tape. So we've got a couple things that could be happening here. It could be that Adrian hired D Killer, and then when she went to frame Matt to make sure that Matt got found guilty out of revenge, D Killer's like, alright, no. But the other thing that could be happening here is that D Killer is trying to frame Adrian Andrews to get his client off the hook because of that trust. So it could be that this is him just trying to protect that client-assassin relationship. You mean with real client, the actual client of the killer? Yeah. It just doesn't let me put too much into the prediction, so I couldn't really specify too much. But anyway, we'll find out.
Who gave you the right to be so high and mighty?
To the gentleman who spoke just now. Excuse me, but would you care to die?
No, I didn't say anything.
The judge had better watch himself. It is my wish that you grasp these concepts. Alright, press. I already went all in anyway. Do you already know the outcome, though? It feels like you do. We understand, so please tell us the name of your client. I'm afraid I cannot do that. I still have a few things to say before I do. Ah, that ignomaniacal. It's not good for your health to be so aggravated. You won't live very long if you let everything bother you. Somehow, that coming from an assassin makes it less than comforting. I don't really care about all this extra fluff, just tell us the name already! Patience. Try to calm down a little. It's important to try and understand his mindset. He seems very steadfast and closed, so you're going to have to work to get him to talk. I'm not his therapist, you know. So I'm gonna have to present evidence. And this is going to be the, whoops! Shoot. Stop. Stop. I'm just gonna load. It's gonna be faster. So... Nope. How do we prove that we understand that? I don't... Alright, what if I just... I've pressed him on everything! Ollie, thank you so much for raiding! Hello and welcome, raiders! I'm currently cross-examining a radio. Ollie, let's give you a shout out. How was your stream? I hope it was a good one. Curious how the radio will act when nervous? I'm curious if that's even going to happen. So hello and welcome, raiders. I'm Estani. I'm a variety streamer, art streamer, voice actress. I play the TTRPGs, and we're playing some Phoenix Wright today, and also raising some money for charity. I'm gonna go ahead and type charity into the chat. So we're raising money for people in Texas who are in need. Specifically, the housing insecure population in Texas are having a lot of problems right now because of the cold weather. It's getting down to like 12 degrees Fahrenheit or minus 11 Celsius. So if you'd like to help with shelter, food, water, or clothing, you can give some money to the Austin Area Urban League by clicking the link. Played some Blaze Blue with a friend and then switched to Yakuza. Fun times all around. And realized that the games I'm currently playing all include beating the crap out of people. Well, that's fine. Something I must first state. To assassin, nothing is more important than the trust of a client and himself. I don't have any... That's the reason why I'm here as a witness stand. My wish is you grasp this concept before I give you the name of my client. I don't understand what contradiction I'm supposed to put in here. Because... an addiction to Burl both in and out of games. I love it. Shoot. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. That's the reason I'm here on this witness stand today. Does not make sense. The profile of AA? I don't understand what that would matter because he's not saying anything about her. Because we can only go on his testimony, not what he's being pressed on. So, even though we know that he's referencing Adrian Andrews, we can't present that as evidence here. I mean, there is that as a contradiction. However, we can't use his own testimony as evidence against him because it's not in our little court record thingy. I guess the one thing we could do is this, but that doesn't make sense. But yeah. We can only present either profiles, which don't really apply to anything he's talking about, or evidence here. And we don't really have any evidence. that contradicts or expounds on what he's saying. I do not help unless I ask for it, Sock. Thank you. So I was thinking maybe... I say this is an offer. Okay, I appreciate that. I guess we could try pressing on everything again. I don't know, because sometimes, like, it changed when we were cross-examining powers. I already tried the hidden camera. I'm just tired. No worries, Sock. There we go. Okay. So yeah, this is I guess a new mechanic of, because in previous games and also in previous cases, even if a witness contradicted themselves in their own testimony, you couldn't really come back to it like this. So I'm sorry. But I was wondering about something you just said. Thanks. You said that your client had already broken the rules. A person who frames another is the worst kind of human. And that's why you feel you can betray this person? I have no trust relation with a client who can't understand their assigned role. Just my luck. An assassin with a conscience! Who would have figured? Now then, everyone. Do you think you can understand my logic? This just keeps getting better and better. If you can't, then I'm afraid we can't proceed. Everyone understands your point, I think, really. In that case, I believe I am prepared to disclose the information you seek. You've made it crystal clear that you value trust over all else, I believe already. Excellent. And that is the reason I'm here on this witness stand. Okay. Now then, oh, wrong voice. Now then, I do believe it's about time I revealed the name of my client. Don't you agree? Yes!
What is it?
Now I can't bring myself to ask the client's name. If you can't ask it, Mr. Wright, then I will.
Witness! What is the name of your client who requested the murder of Mr. Juan Corrida?
That person's name is... Adrian Andrews. I'm not gonna close the prediction yet, because we don't know if that's the truth or a lie.
I was like, what? Witness! That's not who you told me it was earlier.
Pray tell, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? I should think I know my own client, and it is Adrian Andrews.
What? This can't be. On the phone earlier.
What's going on here? My guess is that Mr. DeKiller just stabbed Mr. Edgeworth in the back.
Stabbed Edgeworth in the back?
I'm sure in order to get an audience with this court, Mr. DeKiller told him a different name. Man and Guard, perhaps?
I knew it! This is outrageous! I was deceived! This witness is telling a very serious lie. But you were the one who summoned this witness. You, Shelley DeKiller.
My testimony is the truth. The defendant at the moment is Mad on Guard, am I correct? All they wish to do is help procure his acquittal. Wow. All of a sudden it feels like we can actually win this. Yeah.
Lying in court, never, especially not in a Phoenix Wright game, am I right, guys? The prosecution has failed to provide a motive and has instead provided this suicide note, which is a forgery created by the victim. Furthermore, there is a possibility the defendant himself knew it was a fake. But most definitive of all, we have heard from the assassin himself the name of his client. Mr. DeKiller's client, who requested the murder, was not the defendant at all.
No.
With all this evidence, it is obvious to me that this means that Mr. Madangard is innocent.
I seem to have caused you all a bit of confusion. Please, continue your discussion and call me when you have reached a verdict.
Bailiff, please bring Miss Adrian Andrews in immediately.
What now? With the way this is going, Engard will be found innocent. This may be our last chance to save Maya. Yeah, but Edgeworth is right. DeKiller's lying. And Engard, my client, I know he's guilty. Can I live with myself if I win this?
Who would have believed that the prosecution's own witness would absolve the defendant?
Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Shelley DeKiller is certainly lying under oath. It wasn't me. Listen, everyone, please. That testimony just now, it was all one big lie. Ms. Andrews, the suicide note may have been a fake, but that man, Matt, he's the reason Celeste died. And Juan's death, it was all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. Thought you get to question the radio more? I did too. That testimony just now, you have to believe me. It was a horrible, horrible lie.
But Mr. DeKiller himself has testified. He has named you as his client.
No, that's not true.
Also, there is quite a bit of evidence that points to you. The knife and button, donning the nickel samurai costume.
But that's...
You even have a motive. We know that Ms. Celeste Impax was a large part of your life. You wanted to follow her, and you wanted revenge against the two who hurt her. I would say you have plenty of reason to want them both dead.
No! Mr. Wright! You know the truth. Tell them. Tell them the real story, who the real killer is. Tell them. Please help me. I mean, here's what we do. If this were a real legal system. We pin it all on her. And then we take her as a client and we pin it all on Matt, who can no longer be tried for it. Because double jeopardy. But this is a game. Yes, I know the truth.
Mr. Wright,
Better save it. Thought double jeopardy was allowed in America? No. It is not. You cannot be tried twice for the same crime. Yes, Your Honor.
I believe we have reached the end of this trial. Therefore, I ask the defense for any final words or opinions.
I have to decide. Do I take the not guilty verdict to save Maya? Or do I throw this chance away and wait for Gumshoe's new evidence? What am I supposed to do?
Request the trial continue.
Phoenix, I can't do it, Mia. I can't accept a not guilty. You are a lawyer. I know. But Matt Engard is a killer, a murderer. I can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. If I let Ms. Andrews be convicted, and I'm no better than on guard. And even though I don't want to admit it, I have to face the fact that it is because of Edgeworth that I now know the real truth. He could have gotten Engard convicted so many times over, but he never took a single one of those chances. If I take this verdict right now, I'd be betraying his trust. His trust? I never thought about it until now. I trust him? Yes, you do.
Mr. Wright, your opinion, please.
Yeah, it's part of why I think trials tend to take so long, because people try to be very well, I say it takes a while to gather all the evidence and stuff. Anyway, I'm not a legal expert. The defense requests that we be allowed to question Mr. DeKiller further.
Am I hearing you correctly, Mr. Wright?
Right.
But, that witness has cleared your client through his testimony. Your job here is done.
I'm not done yet. To see through witnesses' lies and find the truth, that is my job, Your Honor. There's still more evidence to look at. And I'm sure that once those pieces arrive here in this very courtroom, a miracle will occur.
Very well, the trial will continue.
I'm really curious what happens if we just take the not guilty.
Mr. Edgeworth, please re-establish a connection with Mr. DeKiller.
Right away, Your Honor. Has a verdict been reached? Before that, we would like to talk with you a little more. About? All you needed from me was the name of my client. What else could you need me for? Well, actually, we would like to hear everything you know about this case. That is how things are usually done. What is he talking about? Usually done?
But what shall we have him testify about now?
Mr. DeKiller, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail. You legal people and your procedures. Is it any wonder no one likes to go to court? As I have already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. My client did it to frame another for the crime, while pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene. Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan was dead. And even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and button. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken my rules.
This is a most unexpected turn of events for the, 5th time now? However, this time everything has finally been revealed.
Just a second, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth,
We still have to cross-examine the witness.
but you don't need to question testimony like this, do you, Mr. Wright?
Your Honor, the defense will question the witness. As if I have a choice here.
Why? What this witness has said is nothing but beneficial to the defense's case. If you scrutinize the testimony, then
I'll expose the lies in that oh-so-beneficial testimony, I suppose.
I don't understand what's going on anymore.
That makes two of us.
What is it, Mr. Wright?
If I press him the wrong way, it might raise suspicions on his end. But I have to do something to waste more time.
Witness, about requesting a hit.
Yes.
How much is your fee?
I see you are also quite a dark-hearted man, Mr. Attorney.
Huh?
If you would like to talk business, we can do so after the trial.
No, I'm not thinking of high. Mr. Wright.
Yes?
You want to kill me! You want me dead, don't you?
What? Why would you think something like that, Your Honor?
Guilty, Mr. Phoenix Wright, you are hereby declared guilty!
Witness, let's continue. Why did you disclose the name of your client? They are your client, are they not?
I would think that most people wouldn't be able to overlook a person hiring another to kill.
If I had a problem with such a thing, I wouldn't be very effective at my job.
Oh, yeah. Well, a change in occupation might be good for you.
However, I will say this. Even though I am the one that does the deed, my clients are always the real guilty party. That goes without saying, Mr. Tequila. And their fate is to live with the knowledge of their guilt on their shoulders. However, my client this time thought they could run away from their guilt.
Are you talking about the button and the knife?
Yes, and my business card.
Oh. This card?
So that no one has to waste their time, including the police. I always make a point to make things as easy as possible.
You try to make things easy.
My business card makes it very easy to identify who carried out the service.
He's pretty devoted to his work.
But to disregard everything, and to go and stab the deceased with a knife, and even hide my card from sight, that is something I cannot overlook. It's really hard to tell if he's being truthful or not with him being here, without him being here.
So you're saying most clients wouldn't do such thing?
That is correct. Usually most people try to create an alibi for themselves. If you should use my services, Mr. Attorney, I would suggest you plan for your alibi too.
Oh, do I still have it? Maybe. Let's find out. Oh, I don't know if I do. Unlock with points. I do! This is such a great version of this emote. It looks so like, I'm going to give you a bargain. Get one less use out of it. Thank you for reminding me. I unlocked that yesterday in Kelsey's channel when I was on her stream. We were talking... Oh, Twitch just told me you went live? It's a little late, isn't it? No, I already told you. I have no intention of using your services ever. Why does he keep looking at me like I'm the one on trial here?
From the very beginning? That is correct. From before my client visited the room. All of my clients know precisely what the situation is at all times. I wonder if that's really true. That's odd. So why do you think your client did that? What do you mean by why? Well, fiddling around at the scene of the crime is pretty risky. And why would someone who has requested a murder go to the crime scene anyway?
That is true.
I assume it was probably done to frame Mr. Engard. If that's the case, then why didn't the person just request that you do it? Sadly, that is not possible. Huh? My job is to kill, that is all. And to leave behind my business card, naturally. The business card is so my clients may escape blame. To protect them is my duty. Even if they say it's for revenge, setting someone else up to take your fall. And that's all you have to testify. Yes. And I pray that I will never be called to the stand again. Again? As in you plan to continue? I must. As I yet have found a person to take my place and become the 4th successor. Actually, how would you like a new life, Mr. Attorney? Excuse me? No. I'm fine. Really, I'm fine.
Are you really now?
I wonder what kind of man the judge thinks I am now. What are you gonna do now, Phoenix? All I can do now is expose the lies. That's true. However, you realize this will be very bad for our client, right? I'm so confused! But the one thing I know for sure is I can't let this trial end yet. Okay, let's save it. Really little movie where a guy becomes a contract killer because he could never be convicted of murder without cause or motive? Weird. Kind of figured it was a dumb plot. Money is a classic motive for murder. Yeah. Okay. I don't see any lies. I mean, I know it's lies. I don't see any contradictions, though. It's gotta be this one. Ooh, wait. Dang it. Like, if she already knew, then why would she be surprised and knock over a vase? I feel like that's like my idea, though. Why would she pour the juice, then? There we go. Thank you so much for taking the time to testify, Mr. DeKiller. What is the meaning of that attitude? When Adrian Andrews entered the victim's room, your client had no idea Juan Corrida had been murdered.
But how do you know that?
From this wine glass, Your Honor.
The glass.
Mr. DeKiller's supposed client thought Mr. Corrida had only fainted, which is why this glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim.
But isn't that just a part of Adrian Andrews' calculated plan?
That is not possible, Your Honor. This glass bears the fingerprints of that person. Had this been planned, they would have never left their fingerprints behind.
I see your point. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion?
Strangely enough, I had the same exact thought just now. Witness, how do you explain this strange phenomenon? Isn't it a waste of time to ask about such a minor detail? It's not a very important point anyway, correct? I'm afraid you are mistaken. If Adrian Andrews really is your client as you claim, then your client should have had knowledge of Mr. Corrida's death. If not, then that can only mean that Adrian Andrews was never your client at all. How strange.
Yes.
Why is it that the attorney has yet to raise an objection at this absurd situation? Phoenix, if the killer figures out what we're up to, we're in real trouble. Yeah, I know.
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm surprised. You know you can't say things like that without any evidence.
Sorry.
Well, that was an awfully weak objection for the two of you.
Anyway, I am positive there was a contradiction in that testimony. The prosecution requests further testimony concerning when the request was taken. Very well. Right now, I have to buy us more time. While we wait for the items D. Killer left behind to get here. I just know that the very outcome of this trial lies with those items. I'm no longer the best. My prediction was probably not the truth. Maybe not. We will find out. But yeah, it's probably that the killer's lying. This request came to me, about a week ago. It was a request for my services on the night of the awards ceremony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. That is what occurred. I trust my memory, and I believe I've made no mistakes.
Tinfoil hat scheme, go for it! Put it in chat, I want to see it. So you physically met your client, huh?
That is correct. Meeting one's client is the first step to building trust, in my opinion.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
One week ago, are you sure? Yes, I am quite sure. I, of course, had my own preparations, and I was barely able to finish. When you request my services, Mr. Attorney, I hope you will keep that in mind. Please, stop. In any case, my client this time had a very specific date and time in mind. Specific date and time? Did you ask why on that specific night? No. I tried to fulfill all the conditions of my client's request. But as for why, I only had my suspicions. Your suspicions, huh? So what are these suspicions you had? Why did your client request that night? I'm sure it was all for the bear. The bear? My client spoke of it. I'm sure there will be a bear-shaped figurine in Juan Carita's room. I would like you to retrieve that item for me. You must be talking about this bear puzzle. Inside that figurine was a suicide note. Naturally, the victim brought it with him to his hotel room. He was planning to publicly disclose its contents at the press conference, after all. What if there was no client? Oh, the killer and one of the other characters lived together. Well, technically, he's working as a butler for Matt and Guard right now. So what if they have their own reasons for killing and are trying to pin the guilt on someone else because they're only a serial killer and they kill for others, never themselves? I don't know. The bear with the camera in it? No, they're talking about the other bear, though. I was hoping. Oh, but yeah, maybe he was talking about the other bear. No, why would he do that, though? That is correct. And if I had not done the job that night, I would not have known where the bear figurine was. I see.
Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony of now?
Yes. The testimony now has made one thing clear, and that is this. The client knew the secret of the bear figurine. Huh? Why is everyone so quiet?
Mr. Wright, I think all of us already knew that.
Oh, really? Witness, please continue with your testimony. So you physically met Adrian Andrews, right? Of course I did. What was that? What was with the brief pause? We have to press further. Witness, I would like for you to give us a few more details. I always meet with my clients as a matter of principle. I have never taken a request by telephone or mail. And why is that? That's because I value the trust between a client and myself above all else. And the only way to establish that is to speak to the client while looking them in the eye.
Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now any importance? Probably.
Of course it was very important, Your Honor. If Mr. DeKiller had met his client before the murder, then it's unlikely he is mistaken.
So you're saying that his client really was Adrian Andrews?
Oh, I guess so? You see, it is just as I said. I'm so lost. Who the heck am I supposed to be helping here? Calm down, Phoenix. Think carefully and relax.
Now then, would the witness please continue?
So your client was Adrian Andrews?
That is correct.
Well, he says the two of them met. But if they did, then there shouldn't be anything wrong with the killer's testimony. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything strange this time around. You have to draw more information out of him, but you can't draw a suspicion. If you can do that, you should be able to find a flaw in his testimony somewhere. Talk about a delicate balance. So, the bear, right? It's gotta be about the bear. Hold on, let me press again. Oh yeah, the time! Why can't we get that added to the testimony? I already saved her. I always save it again. I don't remember. Whoa, no! Wrong button. No, no, no. Why is this guy so into bears? So, the victim apparently wrestled a bear at one point and won, and so now everyone gives him bears? Dang it! He what? He apparently wrestled a bear and won. Wasn't a Russian bear, obviously, I guess. I don't know. Like, who knows if it even happened? So, we can only talk about what's in the testimony. I'm gonna find this man and suplex him into the dirt. I mean, he's dead, Ollie. So it shouldn't be too hard to suplex him. Dang it. So I guess the connection hey Critwitch, the connection I'm trying to make here is, he's like, it came for a specific time, and that's because this was recording for an hour of the murder. I'm gonna press here again, because he talks about the bear here. I'm sure there will be a bear-shaped figurine in Juan Carita's room. I'd like for you to retrieve that item for me. No evidence regarding dates and times. It doesn't matter, unfortunately, Duck Knucklegum, because it's not in his actual testimony. Oh, wait, I've made no mistakes. That's what we can disprove. Because that's an actual thing. We know he's made mistakes. Because he's on tape. Dang it. Apparently not. But yeah, the issue is that we can only take what's in these testimony. It doesn't matter if we press them if it doesn't end up in the actual testimony. So we have the request came to me a week ago. Can't do anything about that. There's a request for my services on the night of the awards ceremony. Again, that's what happened. We can't disprove that. It's not a contradiction. We met at a certain bar. Don't have any information about that. That's what occurred. I trust my memory and I believe I've made no mistakes. This is the only thing that we can potentially disprove. So what mistakes has the killer made? My thought was, well, you're on film, bucko. But maybe let's go with this bear. Nope. It's something. It's something. Oops. I thought when she's like, press him for more information, that they'd add something to the testimony, but I've gone through and I've pressed everything multiple times. Press again, maybe we'll get some more info. Nope. I'm literally gonna just press everything. So this talks about the bear, and then the bear-shaped figurine, the suicide note. Not important because it just doesn't really reveal anything. What happens when we say it wasn't important? Why he meets his clients is not important, and that wasn't the point. Witness, please stop sidestepping my questions. There we go. What do you mean by that? My question was, did you really meet Adrian Andrews in person? I have already told you, Mr. Wright, I did. It was only through talking with him, face to face, that I began to trust him. That's when I thought, I can trust this person as a client.
It's true what they say about talking face to face. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance?
That was important. If I heard what I think I heard just now, then I think I've got him. Your Honor, I believe the testimony of just now was of the utmost importance.
Really?
If that's the case, witness, please include the statement just now in your testimony. Very well. There we go. There we go. And now we present Adrian Andrews. I would like to go over this one more time. You met Adrian Andrews at a bar and took the request at that time? Yes, that is correct. And that's when you thought he was trustworthy.
Objection, I was sleeper or I followed asleep when I was watching Ollie's stream. Sorry that I was asleep. TP foo fun.
The Keel, thank you so much for those bits and don't apologize. I hope you had a good sleep. How many times must I repeat myself? Yes, that is correct. I'm sorry, but that is an impossible tale. What? Shelley the Killer. You have never met the real Adrian Andrews. Why would you say that? Because you made one very big slip up. About her. So, what is the issue? What did you say just now? About her. If you had ever met Adrian Andrews in person, one look would have told you that she is a woman. I'm so happy. Watching the radio explode is fantastic. For a man named Shelley, this is a bit of a slip up.
Order! Order in the court, Mr. Wright! What is the meaning of this?
The witness testified to the following, that he always meets face-to-face with his clients when taking their request.
But he has never met Adrian Andrews in person.
Yes, Your Honor, that is exactly the point. That means Mr. DeKiller's client could not have been Ms. Adrian Andrews. Oh, now he's like sweating oil? William, hello and welcome. Welcome back. How is it going? Yeah, it's a little gross, but kind of funny.
Mr. Edgeworth, I understand your logic on this one. However, why would the assassin make such a basic mistake?
I believe it has to do with her name, Your Honor.
Her name?
Yes, Adrian Andrews is, without a doubt, a very androgynous name.
Yes, I see.
Unluckily for Mr. DeKiller, the entire time he was on the stand, no one had stated Adrian Andrews' gender. And so he simply picked the wrong gender to go with. Oh, and thank you so much for giving William a shout out. For those of you who weren't here on the Fridays where we were playing Manifold Garden, that's William's game. Y'all should go check it out. It was a really, really good game. Y'all want to watch a cool dev being cool? Yeah.
What? What is going on? Shelley D. Killer, this court demands an explanation.
I think somehow I must have mixed up this client with another. So does that mean you remember something different now? Yes, of course. Oh, wrong voice for him. Yes, of course. Please, if you would allow me to testify once more. Hope everyone's doing well this evening. Today was the first day in 3 weeks I wasn't below freezing, so I just got back from a walk. Nice! We had above freezing temperatures yesterday, so I shuffled my steps. I hope you had a good walk. Oh, I know he's just gonna spit out more lies.
Very well, but this time please give us the truth and nothing but the truth.
Yes, now I remember. I took that request by mail. No, you say you never take requests by mail. There have been times when I took a job without having met my client. No, you said you don't ever do that. We're gonna push him on that and hopefully catch him in that by contradictions. The request was for the murder of Juan Carita and 2 or 3 other small things. When I saw the name at the end of the letter, I thought my client to be a man. I don't believe you.
So you took this job through a letter.
He didn't mention anything about a letter in his earlier testimony, which means he's definitely lying. Be careful, Phoenix. If you break the assassin's testimony completely, it's over for us. I know, I can't make him suspicious, but I think we're okay. Like, we can do this. As long as he's standing there across from me, no matter how strong a punch I throw, he'll counter it.
Now then, let's begin the cross-examination.
Alright. So, let's do some pressing. But didn't you just say that you always meet your clients? Yes, I suppose I did say that. However, there are some clients for whom a meeting is simply not possible. But didn't you meet your client this time? No, I did not. Oh, come now. Let's stop with this game of cat and mouse. Using your silkiest voice is not going to work on me. Oh, was that supposed to be a silky voice? Alright then, just cough it up and confess!
Mr. Wright, you can't badger a witness with such harsh words. You're a lawyer, so behave like one and present evidence instead of mindlessly yelling. Now then, do you have any proof that Mr. the Killer met with his client?
Not yet. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I don't have any proof.
I see. Then your line of questioning was just another waste of time.
Sadly for us, Your Honor, that is the nature of right and wrong. And why could you not meet certain clients? Recently, I have been receiving more requests. If I meet each and every client, I would lose some nice business opportunities.
Nice business opportunities?
On top of which, the times have changed. It is now the age of information and computers, correct? Well, I have joined the times and now take requests via electronic mail.
Electronic mail? Do you have to mail that in a special insulated envelope?
Ah, I'm very sorry. I despise the shortening of words. What I meant by electronic mail is what is commonly referred to as email.
Email?
In a contest of mimicry, the judge would beat a parrot hands down. Anyway, so you took this job without having met your client and... two or three other things. Yes. And what were these other things? A few other things that have nothing to do with this case. What should I do? Should I let him slide with that? No! It'd be really bad if I pushed his buttons the wrong way and he got mad. I don't care. I'm pushing buttons, because I have save files. Whether or not they're related to this case is for the court to decide. Mr. Attorney. Oh no. The music went away. I'm worried! Yes? Everything I have said from the beginning has been nothing but beneficial to your client. Which is why I wonder, what is pushing you to continue this cross-examination? Could it be that you are planning to betray your own client? That's... I smell the stench of a backstabber. And should you turn out to be one... Wait. Uh-oh. This is looking really bad. I shouldn't press my luck. Alright, I have to think. Is this worth pursuing? Do it! Witness, this is a very important matter. Please cooperate and tell us what the other jobs your client requested were. If it is truly that important, I suppose I don't have much of a choice. The bear figurine. The bear figurine. After the assassination of the target, I was to find that figurine. I was told that this job was just as important as the actual killing. And where was that figurine? It was inside Mr. Kurita's suitcase. And then, what did you do next? Because then it wouldn't be much of a game, I guess. Because the point of the game is for us to figure out what happened. But yeah, I definitely agree that, like, these should be questions the prosecutor is asking, but yeah. I handed it over to my client right away. You gave it to your client. Interesting.
Misinformation certainly sounds important to me. Witness, please include that you just stated in your testimony.
As you wish. So, I'm gonna save here just in case I messed up, but I think we're good. Could play as Edward though, that would be cool. I feel like the game wouldn't let us do that though. Like in these games, we're the defense attorney. And even though it's like saying, oh, we're partners, we trust each other. It'd be nice on this particular case to have a timer. What do you mean? I was gonna say, like, this was found in... There we go. It was found in our client's house, though. Shelley to killer. If you had really given the bear to Miss Andrews, then this item should not have been inside it. Also, that also makes sense. X minutes until gumshoe evidence type of thing. Yeah, that would be nice, but it's mostly just... Like... I feel like... Yeah, that would make more sense, Drummer Boy. Like, it can't be an actual physical timer because you could just sit around and wait for it to count down. So it would have to be more just like knowing how long you have to buy until Gumshoe would get here. This item. I see where you're going. Yep, that's where I'm going.
Where is everyone going? Do I need to pack a suitcase?
Your Honor, please think back to Miss Andrews' testimony. And I was going to burn it for her sake. If even for a single minute this bear had actually been in Miss Andrews' hands, I'm sure she would have taken the suicide note out and burnt it.
Order, order, order. So that's where you two were going.
So by the very fact that this suicide note was still inside the bear, it tells us that your client didn't know how to disassemble the puzzle.
Which means...
It means, Your Honor, that it is impossible for Adrian Andrews to be the client. Ooh.
Order, order, order.
Mr. Phoenix Wright. I'm sure I mentioned this before. How I hate traitors above all else. I think your cross-examination has clearly demonstrated something to me. You must wish to break your end of our agreement. No, that's enough. If that's your intention, then there's only one thing for me to do. Wait, please! Gentlemen, ladies, please, excuse me. I have a matter that I must attend to. No! Please! Not that! Please wait! Mr. Attorney, bring this trial to a speedy end, and I may stay my hand. Otherwise... Ah!
What in the... Mr. Wright, are you... Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, Your Honor.
I didn't understand this witness's outburst just now. Do you think there is a need to hear more testimony, or is this enough?
Well, we should. Edgeworth, we can't do this. If we keep this up, Maya, she'll... Ugh. The prosecution,
What has come over everyone? Even you are.
The prosecution rests.
What is going on around here?
The prosecution has no further questions, Your Honor.
What?
Oh, jeez, this is a mess.
Well, I never thought I'd see the day. This is a most unusual situation. If the prosecution rests with no further questions, then the prosecution has failed to uphold its stance. If that is the case, then even though I am reluctant, I must believe that Mr. DeKiller's testimony is accurate. That would mean that Shelley DeKiller's client is Adrian Andrews. Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
If I end the trial here right now, then your client Matt Engard would be declared innocent, and in his place Adrian Andrews would be charged with murder.
Miss Andrews, will be charged with murder.
The prosecution has no further questions, so we will now hear the defense's final remarks. Bailiff, please bring the defendant Matt and guard to the stand.
The items from the killer's hideout didn't make it in time. We tried as hard as we could, but it looks like our time has run out. I can't believe it. The outcome now lies in your hands.
Dude, did the old guy finally decide? To be honest, I can't think of you as a truly innocent and good person. You have done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide. But, at least on the charge of murder would appear that you are innocent. So, I guess even the old fuddy-duddy figured me out. Mr. Engard! What an atrocious lawyer I have, giving his own client up like this? And that refreshing like a spring breeze crap? It's just as atrocious, like, don't you dudes agree? Anyway, get on with it and pronounce me innocent already. Right, Mr. Lawyer?
Should I side with justice? Or should I save Maya's life?
You'd better get and guard a guilty sentence, okay?
But if he did that, Maya would die!
Did he always have the scar across his eye? Yeah, he just hides it with his hair.
But if I say he's innocent, then Miss Andrews will be charged as the murderer. Do I say he's guilty or not guilty? Either choice I make, someone's life is gonna end! It all hinges on what I choose. I don't know what to do. Because I feel like my duty as a defense attorney is to let him get away with it. But I hate it.
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter. If the person who hired the assassin was Adrian Andrews, then your client, Mr. Matangard, is innocent. There's like no need to ask that, old man. After all, my lawyer's gonna say what I want. Are you?
Right. I can't do this. But I have to decide something. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. My client, Matt Engard, is guilty AF!
We are waiting for your answer, Mr. Wright. Matangard, your client deserves an answer.
Maya, I'm sorry. Matangard is... Objection! Von Karma! I never thought I'd be excited to see you! Franziska Von Karma!
What are you doing here? Ow!
You see now, don't you, Mr. Phoenix, right? This is exactly why you should never take your eyes off that scruffy fool.
Did you bring them? The final pieces, do you have them?
You should know better than to ask that, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. Yvonne Karma is perfect in every way. The evidence in here is in perfect condition. Don't worry about Scruffy. He's fine and his injuries are minor. All of the items are inside these.
What a filthy old coat this is!
That's Gumshoes. I can spot his tattered rags anywhere. I apologize for its ugliness, but there was nothing else to wrap the items in. I fought long and hard this whole trial, all for what's inside that raggedy coat. I'm sure that inside that coat lies a crucial piece of evidence. Your Honor, inside that filthy coat are the defense's final pieces of evidence.
Your final evidence? This trial is already over. All that remains is for me to hand down my verdict. I do not believe that any evidence presented now would change the outcome of this trial.
What?
Your Honor, it is our duty to examine every piece of evidence down to the last. I request that Ms. Von Karma be allowed to present these pieces of evidence. I suppose you are right, Mr. Edgeworth. I grant permission to do so. However, this one obvious rule applies here. If these items do not bring up any new points, then they will not be accepted by this court. Now, Ms. Von Karma, if you please.
These pieces of evidence are items left by the killer during his escape from the police.
He must have been in quite a rush.
Yes, Your Honor. The killer left 3 pieces of evidence. Somewhere amongst the evidence we're about to see, there will be something that will turn this whole situation around, like a miracle. I'm sure of it. That's all we can hope for. The first item is a pistol. Does the killer's pistol have anything to do with this case? No. I mean, no. I'm pretty sure there was no gun involved in this case. There's no real benefit to hearing about it. Please present the next piece of evidence. The videotape! We need it! The second piece of evidence is this videotape. I bet the killer took that from Engard's mansion, yeah. Have you checked the contents of that tape? Unfortunately, there was no time to. Oh yeah. But I would speculate that this tape is very important.
Why would you say that?
If he shot Von Karma with that gun? Yeah, but we don't have the bullet as evidence. Because he came back to his hideout for it. The killer went back for it.
Judge, I don't think this matters, Edgy. It matters, Judge.
Okay. That's right. It looks like he was trying to recover it. He injured 3 of the officers at the site. Welcome back, Shazam. But somehow it looks like they managed to protect it from the killer. Surely the killer is no ordinary man. Did Von Karma kick the killer's ass? Please, please, I need it. Maybe. The last piece of evidence is this bellboy's uniform. Is that the uniform from the Gatewater Hotel? Was that used during the crime? I am almost certain it was. There's even a pair of black leather gloves on one of the pockets. There's no doubt about it. The killer was wearing this on the night of the murder. There's one thing I found interesting about this uniform. And what is that? There is a button missing on this uniform. A button. It's a very unique button. I'm sure if we were to recover it, it will provide us with an interesting clue. That is all I have to present, Your Honor.
It's just as I thought.
And what is that, Your Honor?
I'm sure, were we under normal circumstances, these items from Shelley the Killer's hideout would be very important clues. However, our question is not who did the killing.
It is, who is the client? No, I think it's a different button, though. Because we already... So... We have this button, which is the Jammin' Ninjas button. But then there's this thing that's missing a button. And I don't think they're the same button. Because it was identified as this button, and they're not even the same size. So if they're trying to say that they're different buttons or that they're the same button and we mistook one from the other, I don't buy it.
Yes, that is correct. And these 3 items do not tell us anything about that. Thank you for your hard work, Ms. Von Karma. You may step down now.
Wait, Your Honor. Please allow me to examine this new evidence.
Overruled. This court already has all the evidence it needs to hand down a verdict. Dude, wonderful. Absolutely splendid. This judge is such a brilliant man, isn't he?
Is this the end? Phoenix. I knew it! There's no such thing as a miracle in this world, is there? I think you're wrong. I think they do exist. But you have to make that miracle happen. You've come this far, you can't give up now. But, no matter how you think about it, it's... Try, for my sake. Just think about it for a second. There are 2 ways out of this situation for us.
2?
The first. Make Engard wish from the bottom of his soul for a guilty verdict.
Huh?
The killer will always place his client's wishes first. If Engard himself wishes to be convicted, then he will let his hostage go. That may be true, but that's asking me to do the impossible. The second way. Force the killer to end his contract with Engard, which is what we can do because of the tape. Because the tape has his face on it. If the killer were no longer to think of Engard as his client, then he would let Maya go. Yeah, that's even more impossible. He's a man who values his duty towards his clients above all else. I know both of these seem like impossible feats at first, but if you can make either one happen, it would truly be a miracle. The bigger problem is, the judge has already said he doesn't need any more evidence. The piece he was just shown, he's not accepting them. Phoenix, think things through from the other side. Isn't that what has always worked for us? The other side? Wait, does she mean... You mean to turn things around? Do a turnabout! Phoenix, the judge says he doesn't need the evidence. If that's the case, then who does need it? The person who needs the evidence? The defense, prosecution, the judge. We have all seen the pieces of evidence. And that's how we've come to know the truth. But there's one person who has yet to see them all. And that person does not know the truth. That truth, it may be what will bring about the miracle in the end.
There are no objections at this time, correct? Now then, I will pronounce my verdict.
Why don't we all respectfully sit back and listen, kids?
I have already told you, Mr. Wright. This court does not need any more evidence.
I'm not saying it is us that needs the evidence, Your Honor.
Then you want to show the evidence to that person?
Yes, Your Honor. Please, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright, for you to ask with such passion, I will grant you 1 chance.
1 chance?
Please show your evidence to who you think is the right person.
It's gonna be, Shelly the Killer. That's impossible. To turn this situation around in 1 try.
1 try. That is all I will permit.
I have to try to remember everything that has happened up to this point. BCG, hello, welcome, thank you for following. Think, Phoenix, think! There must be a way to save Maya. Well, taking Engard down at the same time.
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's not waste any more time. Who would you like to show evidence to? I see. And now, tell this court what 1 piece of evidence you would like this person to see.
First time playing? It is. Hello and welcome.
Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth?
I think there's some merit and showing this evidence to that witness. Bailiff, please bring the transceiver from earlier. Oh, yay. Okay, good. All right. Looks like I managed to convince him. I was worried. Maya, she's okay, right? Didn't I tell you to concern yourself with bringing about a speedy end to this trial? Now, if I understand correctly, you wish to show me one piece of evidence. Yes, one is all I need. I have here a videotape. It was found at your hideout. I heard you injured 3 officers in your attempt to get this back. That was most regrettable. However, it was an order from my client. I was told to protect that videotape. I thought so. I'm afraid I seem to have failed in that regard. So you don't know what's on it? Do you know the contents of this tape? I was sternly told by my client not to watch it. So I have absolutely no idea. Actually, you were on this tape. Me. There was a video camera hidden at the crime scene. Your actions were being recorded. What? Is that true, Mr. Wright? Who was it that planted that camera? Well, the only person who could have placed a camera at the scene of the crime would be your client, naturally. And that was Adrian Andrews. Be quiet and listen, Your Honor. Yes, sir. Your client specified a place and time for you, isn't that right? Yes. That was so they could film you. I had no idea. Mr. Wright, why would my client do such a thing? I would like to know why. Why did Madengard film the crime scene? The reason why he did that is my ticket out of this whole mess. There's only one reason why your client would secretly film the crime scene. They wanted to blackmail you. Your client once told me something very interesting. When we were talking about you, this is what they said. But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins, Cha. Oh, come on now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. Yes, that's where the video comes in. With that, I can keep it at bay and even blackmail him if I want. Your client didn't trust you at all. They were thinking of using this video to blackmail you. What do you have to say to that, Shelley the Killer? Ooh! It looks like I was being deceived from the very beginning. Yes, by a natural. This is the kind of person they are. Your client is a person who only thinks and plots of how to use the people around them to protect themselves from any and all dangers that may arise. That is the true nature of your client. I have one question for the witness. Yes. You told us one thing numerous times during your testimony. You said that you detest traitors most of all. Yes, that's right. But what if that traitor was your own client? What would you do then? That's obvious. I would break our contract in that case. And then, that client would become my next target. For the honor of the Killer name, even if it takes an eternity, I would follow that person to the ends of the earth for exacting my punishment. I see. That's all I wanted to know. So the traitor becomes the killer's next target. Ah,
I get it. This is how we'll turn this case around.
Mr. Wright.
Yes.
My contract with my client is over as of now. I seem to have a new job on my hands. I will now return to you your precious item.
What the? I'm not an item!
Maya, I thought I'd never see you again. We saved her! Oh, thank goodness.
This trial appears to have come to its conclusion. However,
Okay, so we can solve this prediction. It's definitely Matt and Gar's the real, enjoy your 258,000 channel points. I need to give y'all more to spend your channel points on, like silly stuff. I'll try to come up with some ideas.
however, I'm sort of, I don't quite know what just happened there with the client and the witness. Why? Miss Von Karma, where did that?
It's a lot of channel points for you.
She always has you in her sights. Now, I do believe it's time to finally hand down a verdict.
Mr. Engard, it looks like somehow you got what you wanted. You will finally receive the acquittal you wanted so badly. You should be happy.
But before that, I would like to make one final statement.
Sometime in the near future, one very betrayed assassin may appear before you. Needless to say, that man is very good at what he does. I'm sure you would understand what I mean if you watch this video.
Help me!
Now then, Your Honor, the verdict, if you please.
Is this alright with you, Mr. Wright?
We've finally reached the end of a very long battle.
Whether he's convicted or acquitted, there is no escape for him now.
Go on, Phoenix. Plead whichever way your heart tells you to.
Right, Chief. Oh gosh. I feel like we should plead guilty. Because we don't want Adrian Andrews to get charged for murder. I feel like that's our main concern. Yeah, guilty. Vote in chat now, guilty or innocent. It feels a little bit out of bounds as a defense attorney, like we should be upholding the wishes of our client. But also, he's a scumbag. Guilty, 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 guilty. Roast him, alright. Medengard. Even though I'm a lawyer, I cannot make your crime disappear. And also, to be fair, we only took this case because we were being blackmailed to do so. I think a guilty verdict is appropriate here.
Me? My wonderful self? Guilty?
Even if you got an acquittal the instant you set foot outside the detention center, your life would be in danger. No matter which way you look at it. You can't run away with your crime anymore.
No! Guilty! Oh no! Guilty! I'm guilty! No!
Oh wow, he scratched up his face.
As always, it looks like we have uncovered the real truth.
I don't remember you helping out much in this at all.
Mr. Edgeworth, how is Matt Engard?
I have left Miss Von Karma in charge of his incarceration.
I'm sure he's getting a full-course meal of whipped leather right about now.
Very good. That was a close one, wasn't it, witness?
Yes. I plan to pay my debt to society for my own crime, Your Honor. The first time I was called to the witness stand during this trial, all I felt was despair. She must be talking about the time Edgeworth really went after her. I guess she's trying to forgive him for what he did. The killer's like, you think I can't get in jail? You'll get yours. Absolutely. Do you know how I got these scars? I scratched my own face in anger. This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. If you're going to say you would choose death, that is no concern to me. But after that, when I was alone at the detention center, that's the first time I really saw myself for who I am. And today, when the two of you used your combined strength to convict Matt, I felt like I had finally been saved. Wow, this is the first time I ever saw her smile. I'm really happy that you two are in charge of this case. I really don't know how to express how I feel at this moment. This is the first time I felt comfortable with myself, with who I am. Thank you so much, everyone. Aww.
It looks like we have resolved everything at last. As for myself, there are still a few things I'm confused about, but everyone seems to be in good spirits, and that's good enough for me. That is all. This court is adjourned.
Oh, so we didn't even get the guilty scene. I guess they don't do that because that's your fail scenario. You were great out there, Phoenix. What I did out there was right, wasn't it? This is the first time you've not gotten your client off. You've gotten them a guilty verdict this time, but you have to look past all that to what's really important. You now realize there is something more than just getting a not guilty, right? Yes, I understand now. Don't ever trust your clients unless they don't have psyche locks about being killers. Phoenix, think back for a second. Think to the moments before Ms. Von Karma arrived with the final pieces of evidence. Think about the incredible decision you had to make.
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter.
And D-Killer goes free. Hooray! Wait. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. Should I side with justice or should I save Maya's life? My client, Mattengard, is he guilty or is he not guilty? Those were your choices then. And your answer spoke to what being a lawyer means to you. And to me, it means getting to the truth. Even though that's not really what it means, because we're not detectives, but we're detective lawyers, so I guess it counts.
Right.
Edgeworth! I have good news. Maya's now safe in police custody.
Really? Girls, you're telling us the truth, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, she's quite safe. She's on her way here as we speak in a patrol car.
Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya's safe! You did it! You really did it, Mr. Nick!
Ow! She punches deceptively hard for a kid.
I believed in you. I kept saying to myself, Mr. Nick will save her. Mr. Nick will save her.
Thanks.
Oh,
What's wrong?
Miss Von Karma.
About earlier, thanks? Ow! Why are you still smiling, Mr. Phoenix Wright? You lost! Your perfect win record has now been crushed. And yet, you are still happy? I don't think you'll ever understand, Ms. Von Karma. How dare you! Don't worry, she may in time. After all, I was like that myself until a year ago. I can't do a German accent, okay? So yeah, she's from Russia instead. All the Von Karmas are. Edgeworth,
For my own personal victories. Put a paperclip between your teeth and you'll sound German. Oh no. And for guilty verdicts. I used every dirty trick in the book, and so my win record remains spotless. But a man appeared and stood fast against that selfish me. I fought him in my usual manner and tasted my first defeat. I felt like I had lost everything because of that. And then it was my turn to sit in the defendant's chair. And I was saved by that person I called my enemy. I couldn't forgive myself for all that had happened, so I left the prosecutor's office. And I'd left that note. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. Capcom wanted to put Von Karma in one of the Capcom vs. Fighting games, but they couldn't figure out a moveset for her, and I get sad about that sometimes. She would've... A whip! Give her a whip! Have her whip everyone! That would've been so good! As well you should have. A prosecutor who has shamed himself with defeat should crawl into a hole and die. But that was not what happened. After I left the prosecutor's office, I finally came to realize something. And it was in that moment of clarity that everything began to change. What foolish nonsense! We prosecutors use anything we can to attack the defendant. But every time we did so, no matter how desperate the situation, instead of giving up like most people, that man would hold strong with his undying faith. And then, before I knew it, I began to trust that man as well. What? You trusted your enemy? It doesn't matter how many underhanded tricks a person uses. The truth will always find a way to make itself known. The only thing we can do is fight with the knowledge that we hold and everything we have. Erasing the paradoxes one by one. It's never easy. We claw and scratch for every inch. But we will always eventually reach that one single truth. This, I promise you. I'm from the UK. Your English accent is actually decent. Thank you. I appreciate that. If you want to audition for a period drama. I can do a half-decent English accent, and I can do a half-decent French accent, and that's about it. Everything else is garbage tier, and it's hilarious. And this is when the Edgeworth Wright ship sails. Normal people don't talk like that, though, I'm sure. It's Edgeworth. I'm not talking like a normal person. I'm talking like Edgeworth. And look at him. He stepped out of a period drama to become a prosecutor.
The truth?
Yes. That's the reason why prosecutors and defense attorneys exist. But I'm sure you knew that already, didn't you, Wright? That's why you couldn't forgive me. This man who went into hiding. Isn't that right? This man who only had his sights set on victory. Who ran away into the night.
Oh, is Mr. Edgeworth right, Mr. Nick?
You really let me down. When you disappeared, I felt betrayed. The reason I decided to become a lawyer to begin with was because I believed in the things you said to me all these years ago. And you betrayed your own words. That's why 1 year ago, I made up my mind. Oh gosh, I hope you can get some sleep too, Sock. I decided that the Miles Edgeworth I knew had died. At least, that's what I told myself. You pathetic fool.
Miss Von Karma.
I don't want to hear the wretched whimpering of a disgraced loser. Von Karma is someone who is destined to be perfect. Miles Edgeworth, you are no longer worthy. You are no longer worthy of being a Von Karma. And neither am I. It's over. It's all over. And Ziska threw something on the ground just now. Is it her whip? Oh, no, it's the tracking device. This is an electromagnetic receiver. Isn't that the thing she used to track Detective Gumshoe? I'll return this to the precinct later. Oh, it was her whip. There's something else.
Oh, isn't that Miss Von Karma's whip?
I'll never set foot in another courtroom again. I'm sure that's what she's saying by this action. You should keep this, right? Okay.
Nick!
Maya! Give her hugs!
Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
All the hugs! Aww.
Oh, Nick, I knew you would come through. You got Ingard convicted like I knew you would. And on top of that, you even rescued me.
Well, of course I did. You know I would never desert you. Yeah, she needs a burger. Let's go for burgers. She's so hungry. But we sure pressed our luck this trial. You're really lucky to be standing here.
Whatever. Look, it's over, okay? Besides, if I did croak, I would just come back and haunt you like a bad ghost through Pearly.
Is it really that easy to do something like that?
Thanks a lot, Nick.
Don't mention it. Maya.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth.
I'm relieved you're all right.
Hey, looks like you've made some real progress, Mr. Edgeworth.
Well, I suppose I'm a little different from who I was a year ago.
Aw, her poor tummy! Alright, I think it's time we got out of this depressing place.
Huh? Where are we going?
Food, Nick! Food! Grub! Chow! I'm starved! I'm so hungry even you look like a nice juicy burger on a bun to me, Nick.
You think I look like a burger? I'm a prime rib at least.
Come with us, Mr. Edgeworth, please.
If you insist.
Alright, so how about we hit up our usual burger joint?
Oh, wrong voice. Alright, so how about we hit up our usual burger joint?
Don't be silly, Nick.
Huh?
This case messed up that awesome evening, and got in the way of my gourmet food. So I've decided we have to make up for it by having another feast.
Another feast?
Come on, Nick! Food!
Hey, pal. Sorry to keep you guys waiting.
Gumshoe, are you alright?
Yeah, but I'm really embarrassed. I didn't think I would have hit a telephone pole, all thanks.
Telephone pole? Then it wasn't a red light that got him. You did it again, city boy. I felt like my dear old heart was gonna give out on me, and I ain't joking.
Yeah, it was more exciting than the very last episode of The Steel Samurai.
Thanks.
Now looky here, Mr. Snooty Prosecutor. Don't you reckon you're bullying Mr. Wright a little too hard? If you don't start being a lot nicer to him, he might just kick it. Tonight even.
I'll keep that in mind.
Well, come on now. Everyone gather round.
Y'all gonna get your picture taken by a genuine professional photographer. Looks like Lotta bought herself a new camera.
Well, pal, at least we can put this messy case behind us now. Come on, tonight's all about eating, so let's go chat out, pal.
Amen to that, pal. Amen.
You know, when you think about it, you were the one who saved the day, detective. Huh? Me? You really think so?
He's right. If it wasn't for the 3 items you took, I think this trial would have had a very different ending.
Ah, well, you know, it's awful. Huh? Wait. That's odd. When I ran off with the things from D. Killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir.
What? 4?
Yeah, I'm sure I put one of the items in my coat pocket.
There's a 4th item? Ah, come on, y'all, it's over. But whoo boy, let me tell you, y'all really something else. Between getting accused of murder and getting kidnapped, never a dull moment with you, huh?
You think?
Why did she look so happy about that?
But being shut away for 2 whole days. Weren't you scared? Yeah, it was really scary. I felt so hopeless. So to keep my mind off of things, I drew a picture.
Sounds like you had it rough, gal. So where's this picture of yours?
Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see Mystic Maya's picture. You know, I don't know where it went. Oh, that's too bad.
Well, it's all right. It wasn't anything important anyway. It sure is nice to finally see them both smiling again. What is it, Edgeworth?
This thing is picking up something.
Ah, that's Miss Von Karma's receiver.
I actually thought we would see D. Vasquez in this chapter. I did too. Mia stole it to put on the astral fridge.
Ugh, thanks to her, I had the most awful experience of my life, sir. I can't believe she struck a tracking device on me.
That's odd. Even though you're standing right here, the tracking device seems to be in a different location.
Oh, it's probably busted or something, sir.
Well, it doesn't matter. I'm afraid it's about time for me to excuse myself. I still have some work to do.
Huh? But Mr. Edgeworth, you haven't even eaten anything yet.
And you've eaten way too much, you glutton. She hasn't eaten for 2 whole days, Phoenix. Phoenix is terrible.
I had fun tonight. Now if you'll excuse me.
Wait.
What? I just want to say thanks, Edgeworth. You really saved me out there. If anyone should be saying thanks, it should be me, right?
I feel like words alone aren't enough here. Are they gonna smooch?
I wonder if there's anything I can give him to express how I feel.
Smooch him! A kiss is not an option. We could give him a teddy bear. With love, Celeste.
What can I give him? I can't save it. I should have saved it before this came up.
What can I give him? I don't... What... Give him the glossy photo.
What happens with the whip? I don't think that that's relevant.
Whip him? Would he like that?
The shirt? Like this?
I don't see how this would express how we feel, though. I think I'm gonna try the whip. What's this? Thank you. It's all thanks to you two. You and her. You don't need to thank me. I was only doing my job.
It looks like Mr. Edgeworth has left, Mr. Nick. Hey, Mystic Maya?
Yes, Pearly?
I guess you two can go back to being lovey-dovey, right? You and Mr. Nick, I mean.
Pearly! Would you cut it out already? You're embarrassing me.
Anyway, so who's paying for this lovely dinner party?
As if you need to ask. Everyone say thank you to Nick.
Huh? Yeah, I'm kinda at the point where I can't even buy instant noodles, pal. So I kinda already put your name on the bill.
Huh? Yeah, I got me a situation just like that myself. There's this camera shop in this hotel, see? And I just bought myself this good old beauty here, and it better be anyhow for 3,000, so... Huh? Actually, I reckon you bought it for me since it's on your tab and all. What? Huh?
Isn't this great, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, Nick. Why do I suddenly feel like screaming? You don't need to hold back now, you hear?
Yeah, pal, time to let it all out.
This is gonna be the first time I hear the real you.
Go on. It's been a while since I heard you say it, and I've been busy being a hostage and all. Objection! All right then, if you say so. Yeah! Perfect timing. You really came through for me, Nick. I had to hide that letter, but I knew you'd find it. I really feel like I've been living on the edge lately. I mean, I've escaped death 3 times now. Pretty cool, huh? I feel like a pro.
I'm so happy that you could save Mystic Maya, Mr. Nick. And I'm so happy for the two of you. Speaking of which, I think this hotel is a popular place for honeymooners. Sort of made reservations for the two of you, just in case.
Pearl, stop. The only one in our heart is Edgeworth. I won't spoil anything, but the next one is fire. Yes.
Well, pal, looks like I'm back on the force again. Mr. Edgeworth had a long talk with the chief and he got me my job back. I even heard him say things like, letting that one go is bad for all of society. I knew it! Crashing headlong into everything is the only way to live, pal.
Don't ship real people. Have I gotten stuck on any of these so far? A little bit on this case. I, Maggie Bird, am retiring this uniform as of today, sir. I'm going to be a waitress from now on. And bring smiles and joy to people who come by the restaurant, sir. I hope you'll stop by sometime, Mr. Wright. Yeah, it was mostly just like the last one. It felt like there were a lot of hoops to jump through that I wasn't used to jumping through.
Oh, gosh. Yes, are you here to visit a patient? I'm Dr. Honey. Ho-ho! Recently, yes, that girl, you know, I haven't seen her around, yes. But I remember, even if I laid so much as an eye on her, I would get a crack, Didn't matter if I got whipped, though, yes, ho-ho!
Game cuts to Edgy, who's laid the whip on a pedestal in his secret room. Oh no. It's time to begin our quest for world something and let the world know we're serious and I plan to make a fabulous flight to Zimbabwe. Hey Max, what do you think? Do you think there are castles made of cake and bunnies who can talk? I think if there are any talking bunnies, they won't laugh at Mo's jokes. I'm ready. There's no way these jokes are gonna fall on deaf ears. I'm gonna be more contemporary with my humor. Mo Curls represent.
We got our new act all worked out. Prepare for the Hallelujah chorus. Say something, will ya? You're supposed to start this off. Get on with it. What's this? It's just an ordinary electric razor recharges. I can't believe this, really. How long did he plan on making me do this? Oh, but it's Edgy Poo's idea, so that means it must have a deep, hidden meaning. Oh, but why do I get the feeling they wouldn't forget about me, would they? I was never like this in the old days. Everyone thought the world of me. They used to call me Queen Wendy and tweet me like royalty, and you guys could feel the pain of the bud. Playing with fire is very dangerous, when there should be scenery burned right out from an... Oh, Wendy. I appreciate everything you and Mr. Edgeworth did for me from the bottom of my heart. Oh, that's right. I received a letter from Ms. Von Karma. She said that after I get out, I should feel free to consult her about anything at all. I'm really thankful to have met everyone. Aw. Adrian.
Killer. It has become difficult for me in this country as of late. As such, I will take a short leave of absence. If you would like to request my services, please be sure to visit my homepage. May we both be blessed with longevity. March 23rd, 9:42 p.m. at the International Departures Gate. Where are you going, Franziska? Oh, who's asking? How did you know I was here? Ah, of course. With this. That's... I heard you were planting things on a certain person. Things like tracking devices in his coat, for example. That's just like you. I only planted it there because he was always wearing it. This filthy drab coat of his. I don't know how it ended up in my luggage. But it's going in the trash, I promise you that. Oh, that's right. Speaking of that man, he told me something very interesting. When I ran off with things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir. 4 things? It seems he put the last one in his coat pocket. He put it in here? It doesn't matter anymore. The case is already over. What are you going to do now? It is none of your business. Are you running away? Shut up! You don't understand a thing. You can't possibly understand what it means to be Manfred von Karma's daughter. Franziska. So many expectations from everyone around me. Expectations I must fulfill. I'm expected to win no matter what. And failure? Such a thing is not an option for me. My father was a genius. There's no doubt about that, but me, I'm no genius. I've always known that. But I had to be one. I had to. You may not be a genius like your father, but you are a prosecutor. You have been and always will be. No, I'm not. Not anymore. I've even thrown my whip away. Speaking of that, Wright gave this to me to hold on to. Right. You knew something like this would happen, didn't you? I'm going to say this again. We prosecutors do not fight for personal honor or pride. I hope you will think deeply about what you should be striking down with that whip.
She's got black leather gloves. She's gonna be the next D-Killer. What if she was D-Killer all along? Dun dun dun!
You haven't changed a bit. You've always left me alone and walked ahead without me. Miles Edgeworth, I've always hated you. And then, finally, my chance to take a revenge on you arrived. If I could win against that man, if I could make Phoenix Wright bow down in defeat, then this girl you left behind would have risen higher than you. That was supposed to be my revenge. I see. You know, I can't do it. I can't change who I am. I can't throw everything away I've been until today. I believe you can. Just like how Adrian Andrews did. Adrian Andrews? You were going to use her during the trial, right? But you were dependent on your father by using his tactics, isn't that right? Today you chased after me, after I had left you behind all these years. And that's why we're standing here now, side by side. But I have no intention of stopping. If you say you're going to quit your walk down the prosecutor's path, then this is where we part ways, Franziska von Karma.
Oh, she's crying. I am Franziska von Karma. Don't think I'm going to walk in your shadow forever. Our battle begins now, so you had better prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth. Aww.
Phoenix Wright. One day, someday, I'm sure we'll meet again in battle. Until then, this last piece of evidence that never made it to you. I'll take good care of this fourth piece, so I can give it to you when at last we meet again.
Aww. And that's the drawing she did. Oh, that's adorable. That's actually really, really cute. Oh, that was good. That was a good ending. Alright, that's where we're ending it today, because my voice is exhausted. That was a good ending. Yeah, it wrapped everything up really nicely. And speaking of good endings, that's where we're gonna have to end the stream for today. Let's get this wrapped up quickly because I am exhausted. Sock, I hope you can get some sleep. Am I starting the next game next week? I'm due Phoenix Wright every Tuesday. So look forward to next Clues Day when we play through the next one. Or at least start to. I'm gonna roll credits and I'll tell you what is coming up for this weekly schedule. What time do you start? I'll let you know in just a minute. Thank you all so much for hanging out and watching. Special thanks to Dirk for those bits, as well as the Keel. Thank you both so much. Shout out to moderators. Drummer Boy, thanks so much for being on the mod team and doing mod things. Starbot, thanks for being my bot. Got some new followers, including BCG. Thanks so much for following. And thank you so much to Critwitch for that resub. Okay. So, we normally start at 3 p.m. Eastern, Tuesdays and Wednesdays. So yeah, it'll be 3 p.m. Eastern next Tuesday. We'll be doing more Phoenix Wright nonsense. You too, Furman. Thanks for being here. So we will be back tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern for more art streams. We'll do an art stream tomorrow. Thursday at 1:30, we're going to be continuing our playthrough of Fallout New Vegas. Friday, I'm going to be over on Snow's channel, so let me give Snow a shout out. Where we're going to be continuing our game of Dungeons & Dragons Tenacious D&D, our all bard campaign. It's full of ridiculous nonsense and music puns, and yeah, it's just really ridiculous, and I love it. So if you want to hear more of my bad Russian accent, come hang out for Chosen, our bard band. It's great. Thanks for further confusion of this game, and have a great rest of all. Thanks, Critwitch, for being here. Afterwards, we're going to be here, and I'm going to play something. I haven't decided what yet, so we might decide at the last minute. Good night, BCG. I'm going to be off Saturday, Sunday, and probably Monday. I might be back on Monday. We'll find out. I think it's up in the air. But I will be back here Tuesday, 3 p.m. Eastern for more Ace Attorney. And it's going to destroy my voice every single time, but it'll be a good time. Also, big thank you to Lost and 8th for that $100 donation. For the rest of the week, we are still going to be raising money for the AAUL, raising money for people in need in Texas, people who need shelter, food, water, clothes, just things to help them get through this unprecedented cold weather. I will be checking with my stream team to see if there's any way to allow PayPal donations. And also, as a team, we've already raised almost, we've raised over $5,000 as a team, which is pretty heckin' amazing. Our team altogether, let me make sure that this is up to date, has raised $5,433.62. And yes, I will keep trying to raise money for this cause for the rest of the week. I'll let y'all know if I can figure out how to do PayPal donations or not. Alright, I'm gonna drop my link, so I'm gonna get out of here and rest my voice when my throat is starting to get all burny. If you're new here, I have a Discord. Join the Discord. Or, you can follow me on Twitter. Those are all great ways to get notified about when I stream. I also do polls sometimes on Discord. If you want to check out my art, I have a Patreon and a store. And then last but not least, I am a Humble partner. So if you want to support the stream, you can use that affiliate link whenever you're shopping in the Humble store. And with that, let's find someone to raid and get out of here. Let's see. You know, I don't think we've gotten to raid Podgy yet, so I'm gonna send y'all over to Podgy. She's playing The Sims, the Rags to Riches challenge, so I'll send y'all over to her. She's very fun and a new friend from Emporium. Thank y'all so much for hanging out and watching. Have a great night, and I'll see y'all again real soon.